the Hound of the Baskervilles. Good evening, my friend. Let me take you back to a time when mystery and friendship intertwined like old, familiar melodies. Imagine yourself seated by a crackling fire, surrounded by a warm glow, as I unfold a tale that will take us to the mist-laden moors of Dartmoor. Holmes and Watson shared a quiet friendship, one forged through countless adventures. Their companionship was as steady as the ticking of a clock, as reliable as the stars that shone over the city of London each night. Tonight, however, their bond would lead them to the edge of the unknown, through secrets whispered in the shadowed hallways of Baskerville Hall. It was a crisp autumn morning in London, and the mist hung low over Baker Street as Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson prepared for another day. The quiet of the morning was interrupted by the soft rustling of paper as Watson opened a letter that had arrived that very day. The letter was written in careful, elegant handwriting, with words that spoke of a mystery stretching back generations, of legends and whispers that haunted the moors of Devonshire. Watson read the letter slowly, his eyes tracing each line with growing intrigue, until finally he looked up to meet Holmes's steady gaze. "Holmes," Watson said thoughtfully, "I think we've been summoned to Baskerville Hall." Holmes's expression remained calm, yet there was a gleam of curiosity in his eyes, one that Watson had seen many times before, a spark of interest that signaled the beginning of a journey. Taking the letter from Watson's hands, Holmes scanned its contents, his slender fingers gliding over the paper. His lips moved slightly as he read, almost as if he were savoring each word. "A curse, Watson. A hound of supernatural origin that haunts the Baskerville family. How fascinating." As they prepared for their journey, the streets of London seemed to grow quieter, as if holding its breath in anticipation of their departure. The hum of the city faded as they made their way to the countryside, leaving behind the familiar cobblestones and gas lamps of Baker Street for the open landscapes of Devonshire. The train carried them swiftly through fields and villages, each one passing by like a scene in an old, worn painting, until at last they arrived at the edge of the moors. The air was thick with a damp chill, and the vast, mist-laden moors stretched endlessly before them, undulating like a silent, watchful sea. Tall grasses whispered in the breeze, bending under the weight of the fog that clung to the earth, while clouds hung low in the sky, casting shadows that moved with a life of their own. Each step they took seemed to echo in the quiet, as if the moor itself were listening. The wind brushed softly against their faces, carrying with it a sense of mystery, an ancient silence that held secrets of long-forgotten days. They reached Baskerville Hall just as the sun began to set, casting long shadows that stretched across the old stone walls of the manor. The hall stood like a silent sentinel, its gray stones bearing the marks of centuries. Ivy clung to the walls, winding up towards the high windows that glinted faintly in the dimming light. As they approached the entrance, the quiet of the countryside seemed to deepen, the air heavy with an unspoken tension, as though the land itself were keeping watch. Inside, they were greeted by Sir Henry Baskerville, the last of his line. Sir Henry was a man of strength, his figure tall and broad-shouldered, yet there was a look in his eyes that spoke of sleepless nights and lingering fear. His voice was warm as he welcomed them, yet tinged with a faint unease that seemed to linger in the air. Holmes's keen eyes took in every detail, the way Sir Henry's hands trembled slightly as he spoke, the tightness in his voice as he shared the tale of his family's curse. As the evening wore on, they gathered in the drawing room, warmed by the glow of the fire that danced in the hearth, casting flickering shadows on the walls. Sir Henry spoke softly, almost as if afraid to disturb the silence around them, as he recounted the legend of the Baskerville curse. "It said," he began, his voice dropping to a whisper, "that a great, spectral hound haunts these moors, a creature with burning eyes and a howl that chills the very soul. The hound appears only to those who bear the Baskerville name, and its presence," he paused, his voice trembling slightly, "its presence is a warning of death." Holmes listened in silence, his face calm but his eyes intense, as though he were piecing together each word, each breath, to reveal the truth hidden beneath the legend. Beside him, Watson felt a shiver run down his spine, the tale settling into his mind like a shadow that would not leave. The fire crackled softly, filling the room with warmth, but even that warmth could not shake the chill that had settled over them. As the night deepened, Holmes and Watson retired to their rooms, the quiet of Baskerville Hall wrapping around them like a soft, heavy blanket. The ancient timbers of the hall creaked softly, their whispers filling the silence, as if the walls themselves were speaking in voices too soft to understand. Watson lay awake for a long time, listening to the gentle rhythm of the wind outside, its faint song lulling him toward sleep. But just as he began to drift off, he thought he heard something, a faint, distant howl that rose from the depths of the moor, a sound both mournful and haunting. It faded into the silence as quickly as it had come, leaving him wondering if it had been real or merely a figment of his imagination. And in the dim light of his room, he glanced toward the window, half expecting to see a pair of burning eyes staring back at him from the darkness. As Watson lay in the stillness of his room, his thoughts drifted back to the evening's conversation with Sir Henry. Every word felt charged with a strange energy, pulling him deeper into the legend of the Baskerville curse. The weight of it pressed upon him, yet his own curiosity grew, as if he, too, were being drawn toward the mysteries of the moor. The morning sun brought a gentle light, dispelling some of the shadows that had gathered in Watson's mind. Downstairs, he found Holmes already seated, engrossed in a letter he held delicately between his fingers. Sir Henry joined them, his brow furrowed in thought as he took a seat at the table. "Good morning, gentlemen," Sir Henry began, his voice carrying a hint of apprehension. "I trust you both slept well?" "Quite well, indeed," Holmes replied smoothly, without looking up from the letter. He paused thoughtfully, then continued, "Although I couldn't help but ponder this legend of yours, Sir Henry. A family curse, how fascinating." Sir Henry leaned forward, a trace of discomfort shadowing his features. "Fascinating? Holmes, this curse has haunted my family for generations. To be honest, it feels less like a mystery and more like a dark cloud that I cannot escape." Holmes's gaze lifted from the letter, his eyes fixed intently on Sir Henry. "Perhaps, Sir Henry," he said, his tone gentle but steady, "the curse is not as it appears. Curses, after all, are often born from fear, and fear can cloud even the sharpest mind. There was a silence as Sir Henry considered this. Watson watched them both, his own curiosity piqued by the conversation. Finally, he spoke up, his voice soft but earnest. "Holmes, what do you think could be the truth behind this curse? Surely there must be some logical explanation." Holmes's expression remained calm as he replied that, "My dear Watson, is exactly what we are here to discover. Legends and mysteries have their origins in something real. It is our task to sift through the shadows and find what lies beneath." He set the letter down and looked at Sir Henry with a reassuring smile. "You have my word, Sir Henry, that we will uncover the truth. But we must tread carefully and keep our minds sharp." Sir Henry nodded, relief and uncertainty mingling in his eyes. "Thank you, Mr. Holmes. I do trust you, though I cannot shake this feeling that something waits for me out there beyond the walls of this house." Holmes rose from his seat, his movements graceful and measured. "Then let us face it together," he said simply, placing a steadying hand on Sir Henry's shoulder. "And remember, Sir Henry, whatever darkness may lie on the moors, it is but a shadow. And shadows, as you know, cannot withstand the light." They left the hall together, stepping out into the chill morning air. The moors lay before them, vast and silent, the mist rolling over the hills like a soft blanket. Holmes, his face set with determination, led the way, with Watson and Sir Henry following close behind. The ground was damp beneath their feet, and the scent of earth and wild heather filled the air, grounding them as they moved deeper into the landscape. "Watson," Holmes said quietly, his voice carrying only to his friend, "observe the land carefully. The answer lies here, somewhere in this wild expanse. Every blade of grass, every stone, each holds a fragment of the truth." Watson nodded, his senses alert as they continued onward. In the distance, the ruins of an old stone structure rose against the sky, jagged and worn from the passage of time. Sir Henry stopped, his gaze fixed on the ruin, a shadow passing over his face. "That was where my ancestors used to worship," he murmured, his voice laced with a hint of reverence. "A place of old beliefs, forgotten by time." Holmes studied him thoughtfully. "Tell me, Sir Henry, does anyone still visit this place?" Sir Henry shook his head. "No one, Mr. Holmes. Not anymore. The villagers say it's cursed, just like the rest of the moors." Holmes's eyes gleamed with interest. "Curse or no curse, it seems a fitting place to begin our investigation." They moved toward the ruin, its stones cold and silent as though they held centuries' worth of secrets. The walls seemed to lean inward, as if whispering to those who dared enter. Inside, the air was thick with age and memories, and Watson couldn't shake the feeling that unseen eyes were watching them. "Remarkable," Holmes murmured as he examined the crumbling stones, his fingers brushing over ancient carvings that were barely visible in the dim light. "Look here, Watson. These markings, they suggest a ritual of some kind. Perhaps this was a place of gathering for the Baskerville family." Watson nodded, feeling the weight of history pressing down upon him. It's strange, Holmes. I feel as though the past itself is watching us. Holmes glanced at him, a faint smile playing on his lips. A fine observation, Watson. Perhaps the past is always watching, waiting for someone to uncover its secrets. He turned back to the ruin, his mind working with silent intensity, piecing together clues that only he could see. They spent hours exploring the moor, with Holmes leading the way, his steps sure and purposeful. At times, he would stop suddenly, his eyes scanning the landscape with a penetrating gaze, as though the very earth held answers. Watson followed in silence, trusting his friend's intuition, his own curiosity growing with each step they took. As dusk began to fall, the wind picked up, carrying with it a low, mournful sound that seemed to echo from the depths of the moor. Sir Henry shivered, drawing his coat closer around him. "Mr. Holmes," he said softly, "do you hear that?" Holmes nodded, his expression calm yet focused. "It's the wind, Sir Henry. The moor plays tricks with sound." But Sir Henry hesitated, his eyes fixed on a distant shadow. "It almost sounds like a howl." Holmes's gaze turned sharply in the direction of the sound, his features unreadable. "The Hound?" he murmured, more to himself than to the others. Then, in a steady voice, he added, "Whatever it may be, rest assured we will face it together." They made their way back to Baskerville Hall under the cover of twilight, the weight of the day's discoveries settling over them like a shroud. Holmes, ever thoughtful, walked in silence, his mind absorbed in the puzzle that lay before him. Watson felt a quiet sense of awe at his friend's determination, knowing that wherever this path might lead, Holmes would uncover the truth hidden within the shadows. Inside the hall, they warmed themselves by the fire, its flames casting a soft glow over their weary faces. Holmes looked at his companions, his gaze steady and reassuring. "We are on the edge of something remarkable, my friends," he said quietly. "The answer lies close at hand. All we need is patience and the courage to face whatever awaits us." And so, as the night deepened, they prepared for the challenges to come, each man resolved to see the mystery through to its end. The evening hours passed slowly, and the quiet of Baskerville Hall wrapped around them like a thick fog, silencing even the usual sounds of the manor. Holmes sat by the fire, his sharp eyes focused on the dancing flames as if they held the answers to all his questions. Watson watched him, captivated by his friend's intensity, yet a quiet unease settled within him, a feeling he could not shake. Sir Henry sat nearby, his hands resting on the arms of his chair, his gaze distant as he stared into the flickering shadows. Finally, Holmes spoke, his voice low and thoughtful. "Sir Henry, tell me," he began, his tone measured, "have you ever seen this hound yourself?" Sir Henry shook his head, his expression troubled. "No, Mr. Holmes, I have not. But I have heard it, that unearthly howl that seems to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. It sends a chill down my spine every time." "And the locals?" Holmes continued, his gaze never wavering. "What do they believe?" Sir Henry sighed, rubbing his temples as if to dispel a lingering ache. The villagers are convinced that the hound is real, a spectral beast bound to the moor by some ancient curse. They avoid the moor at night, and some refuse to even speak of it in daylight. Holmes's lips curved into a faint smile, though his eyes remained as intense as ever. Fear can be a powerful tool, Sir Henry. It weaves tales from shadows, turns whispers into roars, and yet there is always a kernel of truth at its heart. Just then, a loud knock echoed through the hall, startling them. A servant entered, his face pale and anxious. "Begging your pardon, sir," he stammered, his gaze darting nervously toward the windows, "but one of the villagers has come to speak with you. Says it's urgent." Holmes rose smoothly, his movements deliberate as he exchanged a glance with Watson. "Let us meet this visitor, Watson. Perhaps they hold a piece of the puzzle." They followed the servant into the dimly lit hall, where an elderly man waited, his face lined with worry and years of hardship. His eyes held a haunted look, one that spoke of sleepless nights and buried fears. "Mr. Holmes, Sir Henry," he greeted them, his voice shaky. "I wouldn't be here if it weren't for my boy, young Tom. He went to the morgue last night, against all my warnings. He hasn't returned." Holmes's expression softened slightly as he listened. "Tell me, my good man," he said gently, "was your son prone to such explorations?" The old man shook his head, his hands trembling as he gripped his hat. "No, sir. He was always a cautious lad. But lately, he'd been talking about the Hound, saying he didn't believe in it, that it was all a tale spun by fearful minds." Sir Henry leaned forward, his brow furrowing. "Did anyone see him leave?" "Only my wife," the man replied, his voice breaking. "She saw him take a lantern and head toward the moor just after dusk." Holmes's eyes flickered with a spark of understanding. "Thank you for telling us," he said, his voice calm but firm. "We will do all we can to find him. Watson, gather your things. It seems we have a search to begin." The three of them moved quickly through the hall, grabbing lanterns and coats as they prepared to face the moor once more. The air outside was cold and heavy, filled with the scent of damp earth and mist that clung to their clothes like a second skin. Holmes led the way, his steps sure and steady, his lantern casting a pool of light that flickered over the ground. They walked in silence, each man lost in his own thoughts, the moor stretching out before them like a vast, silent sea. Shadows moved in the corners of their vision, and now and then the distant cry of an owl echoed through the night. The only sound was the crunch of their boots on the damp ground, a steady rhythm that seemed to pulse in time with the beating of their hearts. Suddenly, Holmes stopped, holding up a hand to signal silence. The others halted, their breath visible in the chill night air as they listened, their senses straining. And then, from somewhere deep within the moor, came a sound, a low, mournful howl that rose into a long, echoing wail, filling the air with a strange, eerie resonance. "The Hound," Sir Henry whispered, his face pale as he looked to Holmes, fear flickering in his eyes. Holmes's expression remained calm, but there was a steely determination in his gaze. "It's closer than we thought," he murmured, his voice steady. "Stay close and keep your minds clear. Fear clouds the senses, and we must stay sharp." They pressed on, moving deeper into the moor, the howl lingering in their minds like a half-forgotten dream. The mist thickened around them, swirling in ghostly shapes that seemed to shift and writhe with every step they took. And then, just ahead, a faint light appeared, a small, flickering glow that hovered in the darkness like a lost star. Holmes signaled for them to approach quietly, his movements slow and cautious as he led the way. As they drew closer, they could see that the light came from a small lantern half buried in the mud. Beside it lay a hat, its brim stained with damp earth and fragments of grass. Holmes knelt, examining the scene with careful precision, his fingers brushing over the objects with a delicate touch. "It's young Tom's hat," Sir Henry whispered, his voice heavy with sorrow. "The poor lad, where could he have gone?" Holmes rose slowly, his face set with a grim determination. "This is not the end, Sir Henry. We will find him one way or another. But we must be prepared for what lies ahead." Watson felt a shiver run through him as he looked out over the endless expanse of the moor. He could feel the weight of the land pressing down upon them, as if the moor itself held the secrets of the Hound, guarding them jealously from prying eyes. And in the stillness of that moment, he felt a strange, chilling certainty that they were not alone. Holmes straightened, his brow furrowing as he scanned the mist-covered moors, his keen eyes searching the vast landscape with a practiced intensity. The night had grown colder, and the air was thick with an unsettling quiet, broken only by the occasional gust of wind that rustled through the grass. "Watson," Holmes murmured, his voice low and steady, "do you sense it?" Watson, standing beside him, felt the weight of his friend's words. There was something in the air, something almost tangible, like an invisible presence that watched them from the shadows. He glanced around uneasily, his breath forming small clouds in the cold air. "I do, Holmes," he replied. "It feels as though the very earth is alive, watching us." Holmes nodded, his gaze never leaving the horizon. "It is not simply the moor, Watson. It is the curse, the fear of it, that has woven itself into the fabric of this land. The Hound, if it exists, is only a symptom of a deeper, older mystery." Sir Henry, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward, his voice quivering with unease. "You believe it's real, then? The Hound, or whatever it is?" Holmes turned to him, his expression unreadable. "I believe, Sir Henry, that everything we've seen, heard, and felt has a logical explanation, though the path to it may be more complex than we first imagined." He paused, his eyes glinting with a sharpness that made even Watson pause. "Fear is a powerful thing, and often it distorts what we see." "Then why, Holmes," Watson asked, his voice betraying a hint of disbelief, "do we hear this howl? This mournful cry that seems to come from the depths of the moor itself?" Holmes did not answer immediately. He knelt beside the lantern, his fingers brushing over the hat and mud, his sharp eyes scanning every detail with the precision of a master detective. "Because," he finally said, standing up and meeting Watson's gaze. There is always a reason behind the howls, the shadows, and the whispers. They are not random. Everything here is connected, Watson. Every stone, every footprint. And the answer is closer than we think. Sir Henry glanced around nervously. You're certain we'll find him? My poor boy. We will find him, Holmes replied firmly, his voice like steel. And when we do, Sir Henry, we will unravel the mystery that has haunted your family for generations. We must tread carefully, but we are not without power in this situation. Your ancestors and the curse that follows them may be more vulnerable than you realize. They continued their trek deeper into the moors, moving as a tight, resolute unit, with Holmes leading the way. The howl had faded, but its eerie presence lingered in the air, like the echo of a distant memory. Each step they took seemed to carry them farther from civilization, farther into a world where the rules of logic and reason seemed to falter, replaced by something far older, something primal. Watson's mind raced with possibilities, his thoughts a tangled mess of superstition, fear, and the certainty that Holmes, as always, would find the truth beneath it all. The night seemed to close in around them, a cloak of darkness that pressed against their backs, urging them forward. And as they moved, the ground beneath them grew uneven, the soft earth shifting like quicksand, as though the moor itself were alive and trying to swallow them whole. Holmes held up his hand, signaling for them to stop. Ahead, barely visible through the thick fog, was the faint outline of a figure, hunched and moving slowly across the landscape. Watson's heart skipped a beat as he squinted into the gloom. The figure seemed to glide across the moor, its movements erratic, as if the very ground were refusing to support it. "Stay close," Holmes whispered, his voice barely audible. He took a step forward, his eyes never leaving the figure. Slowly, almost cautiously, the figure turned, revealing a face that sent a chill straight through Watson's bones. It was the old man, the one who had come to warn them of his missing son. What is he doing here? Watson muttered under his breath. Holmes did not answer immediately. He simply observed the man as he continued to move, his eyes wide and fearful, as if in a trance. The mist seemed to swirl around him, obscuring his form, as if the very fog itself was concealing him from their view. "Holmes, this is madness," Watson whispered. "We must stop him." But Holmes, with a glance of knowing calm, motioned for Watson to stay still. "No, Watson. This is no ordinary man. This is part of the puzzle." They followed the old man, careful not to alert him to their presence. The figure moved with an unnatural swiftness, gliding over the uneven ground as though he were drawn by some invisible force, pulling them deeper into the moors. The atmosphere grew heavier, as if the moor had become an entity, its very breath stirring the fog that thickened around them. The old man finally stopped at the edge of a darkened pool, the water black and still, its surface reflecting the pale light of the lantern. He stood there, staring down into the water, his face twisted with an expression of fear and despair. Without warning, he cried out, a sound that pierced the silence like a blade. "He's here," he muttered, his voice hoarse. "The Hound, he's here." Before Watson could move, Holmes stepped forward, his hand gripping Watson's arm to steady him. "Wait," he whispered. "Let us see what he does." The old man knelt by the pool, his hands trembling as he reached into the water, pulling something from the depths. As he did, a low growl echoed through the moor, sending ripples across the water's surface. The old man's hands shook violently, his eyes wide with terror. He held up a small, black object, glistening in the dim light. "A piece of the truth," Holmes murmured under his breath. As they moved closer, Watson saw the object clearly for the first time. It was a small, intricately carved figurine resembling a hound. The carvings were worn, but the features were still visible: burning eyes, a twisted snarl. It was not just a piece of art, it was a symbol of something much darker. The old man stood, still holding the figurine, his body shaking with fear. "It's been passed down through the family," he whispered. "The Hound is real, and it's waiting. The curse, it never ends." Holmes stepped forward, his expression unreadable. "The curse, my good man, is not what you think it is. But you've given us something invaluable." He turned to Watson, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of the chase. "Watson, the pieces are falling into place. We are closer than ever to understanding the true nature of this mystery." Watson, despite the fear that still clung to him like a shadow, felt a rush of exhilaration. They were on the brink of something monumental, and no matter what it was, Holmes would lead them to the truth. Together, they stepped forward, ready to face whatever lay ahead in the heart of the moors. The wind howled through the moors, carrying with it an unsettling cold that seemed to seep into their very bones. The three men stood in a tight circle around the lantern, their eyes scanning the mist-laden terrain with a mixture of dread and resolve. Holmes, ever the composed figure, kept his focus steady, while Watson's heart raced, his instincts telling him that they were no longer alone. "Holmes," Sir Henry whispered, his voice tight with anxiety. "What do we do now?" "The boy's hat, it's all that remains." Where could he have gone? Holmes stood motionless for a moment, his gaze piercing the fog as if attempting to read the secrets hidden within its depths. His brow furrowed, and he tilted his head slightly, as if listening to a distant sound only he could perceive. Finally, with a slow, deliberate movement, he turned toward Watson and Sir Henry. "We move forward," Holmes said, his voice firm and resolute. The boy did not wander into these moors without reason. His disappearance is not mere chance. There is something here, something that must be uncovered. Watson felt a chill run through him, not just from the cold, but from the certainty in Holmes's words. He had learned long ago to trust his friend's deductions, even when they seemed impossible to follow. But tonight, the stakes felt higher, the air thick with the weight of what lay ahead. The three men pressed on, each step sinking slightly into the damp earth beneath them. The mist clung to their clothes, and the shadows seemed to stretch and curl as if they were alive, watching them. The howl that had echoed through the night was now only a faint memory, yet the tension in the air remained palpable. It was as though every sound, every movement was amplified in the stillness of the moors. Holmes led the way, his lantern cutting a narrow beam of light through the fog. Watson and Sir Henry followed closely, their eyes fixed on the figure of their companion, whose every motion seemed calculated, deliberate. The moor was vast, stretching endlessly in every direction, its rugged terrain broken only by the occasional stone outcrop or gnarled tree. The silence between them grew thick, broken only by the sound of their footsteps and the occasional rustle of the wind. Sir Henry seemed lost in thought, his face drawn with worry, while Watson's mind raced with possibilities. What could be lurking out there, hidden in the shadows of the moor? Was it truly the legendary Hound, or was something more sinister at play? They walked for what felt like an eternity, the fog growing denser with every passing minute. Just as Watson was beginning to question whether they had made a mistake in venturing so deep into the moors, Holmes stopped abruptly, raising his lantern high. He held up his hand, signaling for silence. "Do you hear that?" Holmes asked, his voice low and intense. Watson strained his ears, trying to make out any sound over the wind that whipped around them. For a moment, there was nothing but the eerie whisper of the breeze. And then, faint but unmistakable, came the sound of footsteps. Soft, uneven, but unmistakably there. Holmes's gaze flicked to Watson and Sir Henry, a glimmer of understanding passing between them. "Stay close," he whispered. "We are not alone." They moved forward cautiously, each of them acutely aware of the presence that seemed to draw closer with every step. The footsteps were growing louder now, and soon they could make out a figure moving in the distance, a shadowy shape barely visible through the fog. Holmes's hand went to his coat pocket, fingers brushing the familiar grip of his revolver. Watson instinctively reached for his own, but Sir Henry looked at them both, a mix of fear and confusion in his eyes. "What is it?" Sir Henry asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Holmes didn't respond immediately, his gaze fixed on the shadow ahead. The figure was moving slowly, almost as though it were searching for something or someone. Then, as the fog shifted, the silhouette became clearer. It was a man, but something about him seemed wrong. His posture was hunched, his movements jerky and unnatural, as if he were struggling to keep his balance. His clothes were tattered, soaked through with the moisture of the moor, and his face was obscured by a heavy cloak that hung over his features. The man did not seem to notice the three of them approaching, his attention fixed on something farther ahead. Holmes held up a hand to signal them to stop. He stepped forward cautiously, his lantern casting long, flickering shadows on the ground. The figure did not react to their presence, still focused on whatever lay ahead. Holmes, ever the master of observation, studied the figure intently, noting the strange way he moved. "Stay here," Holmes whispered to Watson and Sir Henry, and then, without waiting for a reply, he advanced alone. Watson and Sir Henry exchanged worried glances, but obeyed, staying rooted in place as they watched their friend approach the strange figure. The tension in the air was thick, almost suffocating. The figure seemed to be muttering to himself, his words indistinct, lost in the wind. Holmes continued his approach, the beam of the lantern cutting through the fog like a knife. And then, just as he was within arm's reach of the man, Holmes stopped. His eyes widened, and he instinctively raised his lantern higher. The figure turned slowly, and Holmes's breath caught in his throat. It was a face that looked familiar, though twisted by fear and desperation. The man before them was not a stranger at all. It was young Tom. But there was something deeply wrong. Tom's eyes were wide, unblinking, and filled with terror. His lips trembled as he tried to speak, but no words came out. His skin was pale, almost ghostly, and his clothes were torn as if he had been running through the moor for days. His hands shook violently, and his body was covered in what appeared to be scratches, as if he had been clawed by something unseen. "Tom," Sir Henry called, stepping forward in disbelief. The boy's eyes darted to Sir Henry, and a faint, almost imperceptible recognition flickered in his gaze. But then his expression contorted with fear, and he stumbled backward, his hands held out in front of him as if warding off an unseen force. "No, no," Tom muttered, his voice barely audible. "It's coming. It's coming for me, for all of us." Holmes stepped forward, his tone calm but firm. "Tom, what happened to you? What have you seen out here?" But the boy only shook his head, his breath coming in short, ragged gasps. The hound is real," he whispered. "I saw it. I saw its eyes, its burning eyes." Holmes's expression hardened. He reached out to steady the boy, but Tom recoiled, his fear palpable. "You have to help me," he pleaded. "You have to stop it. It's too late for me, but you can stop it." Before Holmes could respond, the ground beneath their feet rumbled, a deep, vibrating tremor that seemed to come from the very heart of the moor. And then they heard it. A sound that sent a shiver down their spines. A low, guttural growl echoing through the mist. It was closer now, much closer. The hound was coming. Holmes turned toward Watson and Sir Henry, his eyes filled with a quiet urgency. "We need to move, now." But even as they turned to retreat, the ground shook again, and the growl became a deafening roar, filling the night with a primal, bone-chilling sound. The hunt had begun. The air was thick with dread, the fog now swirling around them as though it had come alive, drawn by the presence of something ancient and terrible. The growl, low, guttural, and relentless, echoed through the moor once again, shaking the earth beneath their feet. It was no longer a distant sound, but something palpable, closing in with an unnatural speed. Holmes's face, usually a mask of stoic control, had tightened with resolve. His eyes scanned the landscape, piercing the gloom as though searching for the very source of the evil that now stalked them. He turned back to Watson and Sir Henry, his voice quiet but commanding. "We must remain calm. Whatever this is, we must outthink it, not outrun it." Watson nodded, though his heart was hammering in his chest. The terror in Tom's eyes, the sheer panic in the boy's voice, had left a cold knot in his stomach. Holmes, what is it? What's out there? Holmes hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his usually unshakable demeanor. I have a theory, Watson, but I am not yet convinced it is the truth. Whatever is hunting us, it is not just a creature of flesh and bone. It is something far darker. Sir Henry, though visibly shaken, had kept his composure. His brow furrowed as he took a step closer to Holmes. A beast, or something else? Holmes's gaze flicked to Sir Henry, his eyes momentarily darkened by the weight of an unspoken answer. A creature born from the very fabric of myth and fear. Something unnatural. The growl came again, louder now, accompanied by a tremor so intense that the ground seemed to buckle beneath their feet. Holmes gripped his lantern tighter, its weak light flickering erratically in the growing wind. "We need to move," he said, his voice almost drowned out by the rising sound of the wind. "But we must not run blindly. We must be strategic." Sir Henry nodded, stepping back to give Holmes space. "What's the plan?" Holmes didn't answer immediately. Instead, he glanced around, his sharp mind working at full capacity. He had once prided himself on being able to piece together even the most elusive of puzzles. But this was different. The air was heavy with a sense of inevitability, a sinister pressure that seemed to bear down on them. "We make our way to the rocks ahead," Holmes finally said, his voice steady despite the chaos building around them. "There we can take cover and—" But his words were interrupted by a violent roar, so deep and resonant that it seemed to shake the very heavens. The sound was primal, a raw, animalistic force that seemed to rend the air in two. It was closer now, impossibly close, and the earth trembled in response, as though acknowledging the arrival of a creature far beyond anything they had ever encountered. Tom, still standing at Holmes's side, began to tremble, his eyes wild with terror. He clutched at Holmes's sleeve, his voice barely audible. "It's here, it's here." Holmes didn't hesitate. He turned sharply, his mind already working to devise a plan to stay one step ahead of whatever nightmare was about to unfold. He gestured to Watson and Sir Henry. "Move. Quickly." They turned and ran, their footsteps muffled by the thick fog that seemed to swallow their every movement. The growl continued to reverberate around them, deafening now, as though it were circling them, closing in from all sides. The rocks Holmes had spoken of loomed ahead, jagged outcrops of stone rising from the earth like sentinels. They reached them just as the ground shook once again, the tremor so intense that it sent them stumbling forward. The mist was thick now, swirling in unnatural patterns as the wind whipped around them, howling through the moor like a living thing. Holmes motioned for them to take shelter behind a large boulder, his lantern now dim and fragile in the darkness. They crouched low, their breaths ragged, as the growl grew louder still. It was now so close that it seemed to be coming from all around them, as though the very earth itself was alive with the creature's presence. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound, soft at first, but growing rapidly in intensity, the shifting of something large moving through the underbrush. Then, from the fog, a shape emerged, tall, dark, and imposing. It was a silhouette at first, but as it moved closer, the details became clear, and Watson's heart dropped into his stomach. The creature was unlike anything they had ever seen. Its massive form was cloaked in shadow, its limbs long and contorted in unnatural angles. Its eyes, two gleaming pools of burning red, shone through the mist like fiery coals, fixing on the men with an unblinking, malevolent stare. The growl that escaped its throat was not of this world. It was a sound that resonated deep within their bones, a primal vibration that rattled their very souls. Tom whimpered beside Holmes, his hands trembling uncontrollably. "The Hound," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "It's the Hound. The one from the stories." Holmes's expression was unreadable, his eyes fixed on the creature before them. His mind was working furiously, trying to make sense of the impossible sight before him. The creature's movements were fluid and terrifying, its body shifting with an unnatural grace, as though it were part of the mist itself. "We need to think," Holmes muttered to himself, his voice barely above a whisper. "There has to be a way to stop it." The creature stepped forward, its claws scraping the stone beneath it. Every step it took sent a ripple through the air, and with each movement, the moor seemed to pulse with an almost unearthly energy. Holmes, Watson, and Sir Henry remained motionless, hidden behind the boulder, their eyes fixed on the thing that stalked them. It stopped just before them, its nostrils flaring as it sniffed the air, its glowing eyes scanning the shadows for their scent. It was as if it could sense their fear, feeding off it, growing stronger with each passing second. Holmes exhaled slowly, his mind working faster than ever. There was no time to waste. They had no choice but to confront it, to outsmart it, because if they didn't, the Hound would destroy them all. He turned to Watson and Sir Henry, his voice low but filled with urgency. "We must hold our ground. If we run, we are lost. We must be calm. Focus. And above all, do not show fear." The Hound's eyes gleamed brighter, and with a final, deafening roar, it lunged forward. The hunt had begun in earnest. The Hound's roar shattered the stillness of the moor, its primal fury vibrating through the very air around them. It was upon them in an instant, a blur of shadow and muscle, its enormous form hurtling toward the rocks with terrifying speed. Holmes's mind raced as he crouched low, instinctively positioning himself between the beast and the others. The fog seemed to thicken in response, swirling around the creature like a cloak, making it impossible to discern where the Hound's body ended and the mist began. "Stay low, stay hidden," Holmes ordered in a voice that was almost drowned out by the deafening sound of the Hound's claws scraping across the ground. His lantern flickered violently in his hand, casting fleeting shadows that danced across the jagged rocks. The air was electric, thick with the tension of an inevitable collision, and for a brief moment, Time seemed to stretch, each second an eternity. The hound came to a sudden halt, just inches from the boulder, its glowing eyes flickering as it turned its head in their direction. The air became so thick with its presence that it felt like the ground itself was holding its breath. The creature's nostrils flared as it sniffed the air, the terror emanating from the men almost palpable, feeding into the hound's unnatural power. Tom's terrified whispers were barely audible above the sound of the beast's breathing, but Holmes caught them all the same. "It's coming for us. It smells our fear." Holmes's sharp mind sharpened even further, every second of the hunt echoing in his thoughts. It thrives on fear, he realized. That is its power, its fuel. If we show fear, we're doomed. Holmes felt the weight of the moment pressing down on him. They had no weapons, no way to fight this creature head-on. But there was something else, something deeper he could sense. His eyes darted to Sir Henry, then to Watson, both of them crouched silently behind the boulder, watching him with wide, desperate eyes. "What can we do?" His mind continued to turn over possibilities, the answers dancing just out of reach. He needed more time, more information. Suddenly, a low, rumbling growl emanated from the hound's throat. It was a sound that echoed through their bones, making it feel as though the very earth trembled beneath their feet. Then, without warning, it lunged forward, its massive claws gouging the stone as it leaped at the boulder. In that split second, Holmes acted. "Move," he shouted, pulling Watson and Sir Henry with him. They scrambled away from the rocks, diving into the mist and the darkness. The hound, momentarily distracted, followed the movement, its eyes locking onto the group as it pursued them with unrelenting speed. The fog seemed to shift with them, swirling in chaos, hiding the ground beneath their feet. Holmes could barely see a few steps ahead. They ran, not looking back, their feet slipping on the wet earth as the beast's growls and the sound of its pursuit grew louder, closer. The wind howled around them, making it feel as though the very landscape was alive, closing in on them. "Where to, Holmes?" Watson gasped, his breath coming in ragged bursts. He could hear the terror in his own voice, but he tried to suppress it, forcing himself to stay focused. Holmes didn't answer immediately. His mind was racing, but it was clear there was no immediate escape. The only option was to outrun the hound, not in distance, but in wit. They needed to gain some advantage. "This way!" Holmes called out suddenly, veering toward a narrow path that led deeper into the moor. It was treacherous, with sharp rocks and uneven terrain, but it was their only hope. The sound of the hound's claws against the ground seemed to be everywhere now, vibrating through the earth and echoing in their bones. Each footstep was a reminder that time was running out. The path became steeper, the rocks rising higher, as if the moor itself was trying to prevent them from going any further. "Holmes, look!" Sir Henry cried, his voice breaking through the cacophony of noise. Ahead of them, through the fog, they could see a shadow, large and still, standing in their way. It was an old stone ruin, the remnants of a long-abandoned structure, its walls crumbling and jagged. Its purpose was unclear, but it offered the only chance for shelter. "Inside!" Holmes shouted, not waiting for a second more. They reached the ruins in a matter of seconds, but just as they stepped through the crumbling archway, the hound's roar pierced the air once again, a guttural scream of frustration. The beast was close, so close that they could feel the heat of its breath even through the stone walls. They pressed themselves against the cold stone, trying to steady their breath, their eyes wide with fear. Holmes held his lantern close, its light flickering erratically, casting long shadows on the walls of the ruin. The hound's growls grew louder still, but it did not yet show itself within the ruin. It was circling, prowling just outside the walls. Holmes's mind raced. "We need a plan," he murmured. He felt the weight of every passing second, every heartbeat a reminder that their lives hung by a thread. It was Sir Henry who broke the silence. His voice was hoarse but determined. "Holmes, we have to end this. We can't outrun it forever. What if there's something we're missing, something about the creature itself?" Holmes nodded grimly, his mind whirring. "Indeed, Sir Henry. The hound may be powerful, but it is not invincible. We need to uncover its weakness, find its true nature." For the first time since the chase had begun, Holmes allowed himself a moment to reflect on the thing that haunted the moors, the curse, the myth, the monster. What if the hound was more than just an animal? What if it was a manifestation of the very fear that plagued them? "Fear," Holmes muttered to himself. "It feeds on fear." Watson, still panting, looked at Holmes. "What are you thinking?" Holmes's eyes gleamed with realization. Fear may also be its undoing. The growl outside was growing louder again, closer still. The hound was back, its monstrous form looming just outside their reach. "We must confront it," Holmes said, his voice filled with newfound resolve. "We cannot run any longer, but we can stand our ground." The creature's next move would determine if they could survive this night. Holmes knew they would have to face the hound head-on and find a way to banish it once and for all. The air in the ruin seemed to thicken as the hound's growls reverberated through the stone walls. The beast was close now, so close that they could hear the wet smell of its breath, its massive paws scraping against the earth outside. Each passing moment felt like an eternity, and Holmes, standing at the center of the ruin, could feel the weight of the decision pressing down on him. They could no longer hide. They could no longer wait for the fog to dissipate or the creature to lose interest. The time had come to face whatever monstrous force stalked them in the dark. Holmes's mind was racing, calculating, analyzing. "Fear," he muttered again, his thoughts coming together like the pieces of a puzzle. He turned to Sir Henry and Watson. "We must act swiftly. This creature feeds on our fear, but it also has one glaring weakness." Both men looked at him with wide eyes, their exhaustion and terror still evident. But Holmes could see the spark of hope in their gazes. They were desperate, but they trusted him. "Holmes," Watson said hoarsely, "what is the weakness? Tell us." Holmes's voice was steady, cutting through the tension like a sharp blade. "The Hound's power is not just physical. It is tethered to something older, something dark, born of superstition and legend. It is not a creature of flesh and blood, as we would like to believe. No. It is a manifestation, a symbol of vengeance, fear, and guilt. The curse that has haunted these moors has not given life to the Hound, it has given it purpose." Sir Henry's face was tight with confusion. "A curse? But how can we stop something like that? How can we stop fear?" Holmes gave him a hard, knowing look. "You've already taken the first step, Sir Henry. You've faced the Hound without running, and that is the key. If we stand our ground, if we refuse to yield to the fear it feeds on, we can weaken it. But there is one more thing we must do." Watson frowned, his brow furrowing as Holmes's words sank in. "What is it, Holmes?" "Where the Hound lives, where it comes from, there is an artifact," Holmes said slowly, his eyes gleaming with realization. "A totem of sorts, hidden deep within the moors. It is the source of the curse. If we destroy it, the Hound will have no more power over us. But we must find it before the beast kills us all." A deep growl sounded from the fog outside the ruin, sending a tremor of terror through their bodies. Holmes turned toward the sound, his jaw tightening in resolve. They had no more time to waste. The creature was already closing in on them. "Listen carefully," Holmes said, his voice commanding. "There is a chapel on the other side of these ruins, just beyond the ridge. That is where the artifact lies. If we are to survive this night, we must make our way there. Quickly." Without waiting for a response, Holmes took a step toward the narrow opening in the stone, his lantern held high. The flickering light illuminated the broken remnants of the chapel's stone walls. The Hound's snarls grew louder in the distance, but Holmes moved forward, undeterred. Sir Henry and Watson exchanged a glance, then followed, their footsteps light but quick. The path to the chapel was treacherous, the rocks sharp beneath their boots, the mist pressing in like a living thing. It seemed as though the very earth itself was trying to swallow them whole. But Holmes led them with unwavering determination, his mind focused on the task at hand. The fog grew thicker with every step, and they found themselves inching closer to the chapel, its outline emerging from the dense mist like a phantom. Finally, they reached the chapel's crumbling door, the stone archway dark and foreboding. Holmes hesitated for only a moment before pushing it open, the hinges creaking in protest. Inside, the air was still, and a sense of ancient dread hung heavy, as though the very walls of the chapel had been saturated with sorrow for centuries. Holmes stepped inside, scanning the room. The walls were covered in faded, weathered murals depicting scenes of ritual and bloodshed. At the far end of the chapel stood an altar, its stone surface worn smooth by time, and upon it lay a strange object, an obsidian stone, inscribed with arcane symbols that seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy. "That's it," Holmes whispered, his eyes narrowing as he approached the altar. "The artifact that binds the curse." The ground trembled as a deafening roar split the silence, and the hound's enormous form emerged from the fog, filling the doorway. Its glowing eyes fixed on Holmes, and the growl that followed sent a chill through his bones. The creature was upon them. But Holmes did not flinch. He did not waver. Quickly, he shouted to Watson and Sir Henry, "Destroy the totem. Now!" Watson, though his heart pounded in his chest, did not hesitate. He grabbed a piece of broken stone from the floor and hurled it toward the obsidian artifact, smashing it into shards. A blinding light exploded from the stone as the hound let out a shriek of rage, its form beginning to flicker as though it were losing its substance. Sir Henry stood beside Holmes, both men bracing for what was to come. As the light from the broken totem intensified, the hound howled, a sound that seemed to tear at the very fabric of reality. The fog around them began to dissipate, the beast's form twisting and distorting like smoke in the wind. And then, in a final, earth-shaking roar, the hound collapsed into nothingness. The fog, too, began to lift, the night air growing still and quiet once more. Holmes stood, breathless but steady, watching as the creature vanished into the ether. The danger had passed, but the memory of the hunt would stay with them forever. "It's over," Holmes said, his voice soft but resolute. "The curse has been broken." As the three men stood in the ruins of the chapel, the weight of what they had just witnessed began to sink in. They had come face to face with the unknown, and in doing so, had conquered it. The moors were silent now, peaceful once again, its ancient terror dispelled. But Holmes knew that the night's events had changed them all. They would never be the same again. The mystery of the hound had been solved, but the cost had been high. The scars would linger, just as the memories of fear and courage would forever remain etched in their minds. "Let's go," Holmes said quietly. "There is nothing more to do here." And with that, they turned, leaving the chapel behind and stepping into the light of a new dawn. The air in the ruins seemed to thicken as the hound's growls reverberated through the stone walls. The beast was close now, so close that they could hear the wet snarl of its breath, its massive paws scraping against the earth outside. Each passing moment felt like an eternity, and Holmes, standing at the center of the ruin, could feel the weight of the decision pressing down on him. They could no longer hide. They could no longer wait for the fog to dissipate or the creature to lose interest. The time had come to face whatever monstrous force stalked them in the dark. Holmes's mind was racing, calculating, analyzing. Fear. He muttered again, his thoughts coming together like the pieces of a puzzle. He turned to Sir Henry and Watson. "We must act swiftly. This creature feeds on our fear, but it also has one glaring weakness." Both men looked at him with wide eyes, their exhaustion and terror still evident. But Holmes could see the spark of hope in their gazes. They were desperate, but they trusted him. "Holmes," Watson said hoarsely, What is the weakness? Tell us. Holmes's voice was steady, cutting through the tension like a sharp blade. The Hound's power is not just physical. It is tethered to something older, something dark, born of superstition and legend. It is not a creature of flesh and blood, as we would like to believe. No. It is a manifestation, a symbol of vengeance, fear, and guilt. The curse that has haunted these moors has not given life to the Hound, it has given it purpose. Sir Henry's face was tight with confusion. A curse? But how can we stop something like that? How can we stop fear? Holmes gave him a hard, knowing look. You've already taken the first step, Sir Henry. You've faced the Hound without running. And that is the key. If we stand our ground, if we refuse to yield to the fear it feeds on, we can weaken it. But there is one more thing we must do. Watson frowned, his brow furrowing as Holmes's words sank in. What is it, Holmes? Where the Hound lives, where it comes from, there is an artifact, Holmes said slowly, his eyes gleaming with realization. A totem of sorts, hidden deep within the moors. It is the source of the curse. If we destroy it, the Hound will have no more power over us. But we must find it before the beast kills us all. A deep growl sounded from the fog outside the ruin, sending a tremor of terror through their bodies. Holmes turned toward the sound, his jaw tightening in resolve. They had no more time to waste. The creature was already closing in on them. Listen carefully, Holmes said, his voice commanding. There is a chapel on the other side of these ruins, just beyond the ridge. That is where the artifact lies. If we are to survive this night, we must make our way there. Quickly. Without waiting for a response, Holmes took a step toward the narrow opening in the stone, his lantern held high. The flickering light illuminated the broken remnants of the chapel's stone walls. The Hound's snarls grew louder in the distance, but Holmes moved forward, undeterred. Sir Henry and Watson exchanged a glance, then followed, their footsteps light but quick. The path to the chapel was treacherous, the rocks sharp beneath their boots, the mist pressing in like a living thing. It seemed as though the very earth itself was trying to swallow them whole. But Holmes led them with unwavering determination, his mind focused on the task at hand. The fog grew thicker with every step, and they found themselves inching closer to the chapel, its outline emerging from the dense mist like a phantom. Finally, they reached the chapel's crumbling door, the stone archway dark and foreboding. Holmes hesitated for only a moment before pushing it open, the hinges creaking in protest. Inside, the air was still, and a sense of ancient dread hung heavy, as though the very walls of the chapel had been saturated with sorrow for centuries. Holmes stepped inside, scanning the room. The walls were covered in faded, weathered murals depicting scenes of ritual and bloodshed. At the far end of the chapel stood an altar, its stone surface worn smooth by time, and upon it lay a strange object, an obsidian stone, inscribed with arcane symbols that seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy. "That's it," Holmes whispered, his eyes narrowing as he approached the altar. The artifact that binds the curse. The ground trembled as a deafening roar split the silence, and the hound's enormous form emerged from the fog, filling the doorway. Its glowing eyes fixed on Holmes, and the growl that followed sent a chill through his bones. The creature was upon them, but Holmes did not flinch. He did not waver. Quickly, he shouted to Watson and Sir Henry, "Destroy the totem." Now! Watson, though his heart pounded in his chest, did not hesitate. He grabbed a piece of broken stone from the floor and hurled it toward the obsidian artifact, smashing it into shards. A blinding light exploded from the stone as the hound let out a shriek of rage, its form beginning to flicker as though it were losing its substance. Sir Henry stood beside Holmes, both men bracing for what was to come. As the light from the broken totem intensified, the hound howled, a sound that seemed to tear at the very fabric of reality. The fog around them began to dissipate, the beast's form twisting and distorting like smoke in the wind. And then, in a final, earth-shaking roar, the hound collapsed into nothingness. The fog, too, began to lift, the night air growing still and quiet once more. Holmes stood, breathless but steady, watching as the creature vanished into the ether. The danger had passed, but the memory of the hunt would stay with them forever. "It's over," Holmes said, his voice soft but resolute. "The curse has been broken." As the three men stood in the ruins of the chapel, the weight of what they had just witnessed began to sink in. They had come face to face with the unknown, and in doing so, had conquered it. The moors were silent now, peaceful once again, its ancient terror dispelled. But Holmes knew that the night's events had changed them all. They would never be the same again. The mystery of the hound had been solved, but the cost had been high. The scars would linger, just as the memories of fear and courage would forever remain etched in their minds. "Let's go," Holmes said quietly. "There is nothing more to do here." And with that, they turned, leaving the chapel behind and stepping into the light of a new dawn. The village came into sharper focus as they approached, its small cottages nestled between the rolling hills, their chimneys sending thin plumes of smoke into the crisp morning air. The horizon had cleared, and the sun was now climbing higher, casting long shadows over the land. The damp, earthy scent of the moors clung to them as they walked, but there was no longer any fear in the air, only the calmness of a world that had returned to its ordinary rhythm. As they passed through the village gate, the villagers who had once eyed them with suspicion now regarded them with gratitude and curiosity. News of the hound's demise had spread quickly, and the villagers could hardly believe the tale that Holmes and his companions had to tell. To them, it was as if the weight of an ancient curse had been lifted, and for the first time in generations, the land felt free of its dark hold. Holmes, however, was not content to rest on his laurels. He had seen enough to know that while one danger had been vanquished, others, possibly worse, might still be lurking, hidden beneath the surface. He was a man who found comfort in the complexities of a case, not in its resolution. And though he had cracked the riddle of the hound, there was a lingering unease, a sense that something greater was at play. At the inn, the trio sat around a table, their meal largely untouched as Holmes continued to pore over the details of the case. The other two men were quieter now, more subdued, but Holmes knew they were still struggling to make sense of what had transpired. "Holmes," Watson said, breaking the silence. "What do you think it was that gave the Hound its power? Was it merely superstition? A kind of mass hysteria that fed into the creation of the beast?" Holmes leaned back in his chair, eyes narrowing as he contemplated the question. "It was more than just superstition, Watson. Fear, yes, but fear is a powerful thing, and it feeds off the collective psyche. That artifact we destroyed, it had the power to give form to that fear. The locals believed in the curse, and the fear they carried with them each day made the Hound real. It wasn't just a creature of myth, it was a manifestation of their collective guilt and dread." Watson shook his head in disbelief. But how could something like that be possible? A living, breathing creature that was birthed from fear itself? "That is the very nature of fear," Holmes replied, his voice low but firm. "It is insidious. It seeps into our minds, twists our perceptions, and distorts reality. And when that fear is powerful enough, it can create its own reality. The Hound was an expression of that fear. It didn't need to be alive in the conventional sense. It was alive in the minds of those who believed in it." Sir Henry, who had been quietly listening, leaned forward. "But if that's true, Holmes, then what of the other artifacts? What other fears are out there waiting to take form? Could there be more of these creatures hiding in the world?" Holmes's gaze grew distant, as if he were looking far beyond the walls of the inn, beyond the village and the moors. "I cannot say for certain, Sir Henry, but I suspect that this is only one chapter in a much larger story. Fear is a universal force, and there are undoubtedly other places where it has taken hold. I would be a fool to think that this is the last time we will encounter such a phenomenon." Watson, always the more pragmatic of the two, furrowed his brow. "But how do we fight something like that? If fear can take shape, how do we stop it?" Holmes smiled grimly, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of resolve and caution. "By understanding it, Watson. By confronting it directly, as we did with the Hound. Fear cannot control us if we refuse to let it. It is only when we give in to our own terror that it gains strength. We must never allow ourselves to be governed by it." Sir Henry nodded slowly, taking in the weight of Holmes's words. "So, you're saying that it's not the creatures themselves we must fear, but the fear that creates them?" "Exactly," Holmes said, his voice sharp. "The creatures are but the physical manifestation. The true enemy is the fear itself, and that is what we must learn to master." For a moment, the three men sat in silence, each contemplating the depth of what had been said. The world outside seemed so quiet, so still, yet in Holmes's mind, the world was teeming with hidden dangers. And though the Hound was no more, the shadows of the past still haunted the present. As the day wore on, they made their way to the village church, where the final remnants of the Hound's terror were buried. Holmes stood at the threshold, looking out over the graveyard, his expression unreadable. The villagers had gathered to pay their respects, but Holmes knew that this was not the end. "Do you think we've truly solved this case, Holmes?" Watson asked, his voice filled with doubt. Holmes looked at him, his piercing gaze unwavering. "The case is solved, Watson, but the mystery remains. There is always more to uncover, more to understand. This is but one layer of the world's many dark corners, and as long as there is fear, there will be creatures born from it." And so, with that sobering thought, the three men turned away from the graveyard, leaving behind the remnants of the Hound and the fear it had once caused. The sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows across the earth. It was a beautiful evening, but for Holmes, the night was always darker than the day. For fear was never far away. As they walked away from the church, the sun dipped lower in the sky, its amber rays casting long, creeping shadows that seemed to stretch out like fingers. The distant sound of church bells rang in the air, the peacefulness of the moment at odds with the swirling thoughts in Holmes's mind. He had never been one to rest on his laurels, and the mystery of the Hound had only scratched the surface of a much deeper enigma. Sir Henry, though subdued by the events of the day, seemed to find some peace in the stillness around them. He spoke, his voice a little softer than usual, as if the weight of his own thoughts had taken a physical toll. "Holmes," he began, glancing at the detective with newfound respect, "do you really believe that this creature, this Hound, was nothing more than the manifestation of fear? It seems hard to believe, after everything we've seen." Holmes glanced at him sharply, his dark eyes scanning the horizon. "Fear, Sir Henry, is a powerful force. It shapes the world in ways we scarcely understand. What we saw today was merely one example of how fear can twist reality. But there are countless other forces at play in the world, forces we don't yet comprehend. The Hound, though fearsome, was not the true threat. The true threat is always the fear that gives rise to such creatures." They continued walking in silence for a few moments, the crunch of their boots against the gravel the only sound that accompanied them. Watson, ever the skeptic, but now more open to Holmes's theories, furrowed his brow in thought. "I have to admit, Holmes," Watson said slowly, "I never quite imagined that fear itself could manifest in such a tangible form. But if this is true, then what else could be hiding out there? What other horrors could be lurking, waiting to take shape in the minds of those who fear them?" Holmes stopped abruptly, causing the others to halt as well. The last rays of sunlight bathed his face, but his expression was unreadable, distant. He looked down at the ground for a moment, then back up at the sky, his gaze piercing as if searching for something beyond the visible world. "That," he said quietly, "is the question I have been asking myself. And it is a question I intend to answer." The three men stood in the shadow of the church, each lost in their own thoughts. Finally, Holmes turned toward them, his face serious. "There are those who seek to exploit fear, gentlemen. Those who understand its power and use it to control others. And though we may have defeated one incarnation of fear today, we must not forget that there are others who may yet try to turn fear into something far more dangerous. Sir Henry nodded gravely, though the weight of Holmes's words seemed to weigh heavily on him. But how can we stop something like that? If fear can manifest in so many different forms, how do we even begin to combat it? Holmes smiled thinly, his sharp intellect never faltering. By learning to understand it, Sir Henry. By uncovering its sources and pulling them into the light. Fear can only thrive in the darkness of ignorance. Once we understand it, once we know its origins, it loses its power. And that is the first step toward dismantling it. The trio continued their walk back to the inn, the path now bathed in the dim glow of twilight. Holmes's mind was already working through the possibilities, analyzing the case from every angle, searching for patterns that had eluded him before. He knew that the Hound, while vanquished, was merely a symptom of a larger, more insidious problem, one that had its roots in the very human psyche. As they arrived back at the inn, the atmosphere had changed. The once somber mood had lifted slightly, replaced by the anticipation of the night ahead. The villagers had gathered in the common room, speaking in hushed tones, still in awe of the events that had unfolded. But Holmes, as always, was already looking ahead, already planning his next move. "Watson, Sir Henry," he said, his voice low, "this case may be finished, but the story is far from over. The fear that created the Hound still lingers in this place, and perhaps in others. We must remain vigilant. There are always those who would seek to twist fear to their own ends." The two men nodded in agreement, understanding the gravity of Holmes's words. They knew that the quiet they had found here, in this sleepy village, was only temporary. The world was far more complex than it appeared, and with Holmes at the helm, they would uncover the truth, no matter how deep it lay buried beneath the surface. And so, as the night deepened and the wind began to howl through the trees outside, the three men sat together in the warmth of the inn, their minds alight with questions yet unanswered. For Holmes, the Hound was but one chapter in an ongoing tale, one that would lead him down even darker paths. And no matter where those paths might lead, he would follow them, because in the end, it was not just the fear that fascinated him, but the strange, complex world in which that fear took root. As long as there were mysteries to solve, there would be no rest for Sherlock Holmes. As the fire crackled in the hearth, casting flickering shadows across the walls of the inn, the silence in the room grew heavy. Sir Henry sat with his elbows resting on the table, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Watson, ever the steady companion, stared into his glass of brandy, the amber liquid reflecting the dim light like a small piece of the night itself. Holmes, however, was a study in quiet intensity. His mind was already far beyond the comfort of the inn, sifting through the possibilities, the theories, and the tangled web of human nature. "Holmes," Sir Henry said, breaking the silence at last, "you speak of fear as if it's something tangible, something we can touch and shape. But how do we even begin to confront something so abstract? How do we fight it when we can't even see it?" Holmes's eyes gleamed in the firelight, sharp as ever. He leaned forward, his fingers steepled in front of his face as he answered, That is precisely why it is so dangerous, Sir Henry. Fear, in its purest form, cannot be fought with mere force. It can't be captured by the sword or the gun. It is, as I said, a product of the mind, a reflection of our deepest, darkest uncertainties. The real danger is not the fear itself, but the way it bends and warps our perception of reality. He paused for a moment, letting the weight of his words settle in the room. Outside, the wind began to howl, rattling the windows as though in agreement. "Look at the hound, for instance," Holmes continued, his voice taking on a more reflective tone. "It was not a creature of flesh and bone. No. It was a phantom, a product of the mind of the man who had been consumed by his own fear. Sir Charles Baskerville believed in it so strongly that it became real to him. He saw it, felt it, was hunted by it. And, in the end, it hunted him to his death." Watson shuddered at the memory of the hound's glowing eyes and monstrous shape, but Holmes's words rang true. They had all seen it, though they had known it was no more than an illusion. It had been terrifying all the same. But what of the man behind it? Watson asked. The one who manipulated fear to his own ends? What is his motive? Holmes's gaze darkened. "Ah, that is the question, isn't it? Whoever orchestrated this whole affair must have known the power of fear and used it as a weapon. The question remains, why go to such lengths? What could possibly be gained by creating such terror?" Sir Henry stirred uneasily in his seat, looking from one to the other. "And what of me, Holmes? Why was I targeted? What made me the center of this scheme?" Holmes's lips curled slightly, though the smile was absent of warmth. "You, Sir Henry, were the key. Your presence here, your very existence, was the catalyst. You were the heir, the one who had returned to claim your birthright. And with you came the possibility of ending the Baskerville line. For someone with a vested interest in controlling the Baskerville estate, your death would have meant more than just the end of a life. It would have been the end of a bloodline, and with it, the end of any threat to their ambitions." Watson's face hardened as he leaned forward. "And who would stand to gain such a thing? Who has the power and the motive to cause such a disruption?" Holmes let out a long, slow breath, his mind churning through the possibilities. "I've been considering that very question, Watson. There is one person who stands out, the one who was most likely to benefit from Sir Henry's demise. A person whose ambitions might have led them to orchestrate this entire charade." He looked at Sir Henry directly, his eyes narrowing. "I suspect that the person behind this is none other than your nearest relative, Sir Henry, the man who stands to inherit everything should you fall. A man whose name I have kept in the back of my mind for some time now, Jack Stapleton." The name hung in the air like a heavy weight. Sir Henry stiffened, and Watson raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Stapleton?" he repeated, unsure of what he was hearing. "But he is a distant cousin, and surely there's no real evidence to tie into such a thing." Holmes's gaze was piercing. "Ah, But you see, Watson, that's where the danger lies. Jack Stapleton has more than just a distant connection to the Baskerville estate. He has a personal one, a deep, personal interest in ensuring that Sir Henry does not live to inherit the title. He paused for a moment, allowing the tension to rise in the room. Stapleton is not what he seems. He's a man of many disguises, and beneath that charming exterior lies a ruthless ambition. He's a man who would stop at nothing to see his own goals realized. Sir Henry's face grew pale, his fingers trembling slightly as he gripped the edge of his glass. But why? Why would he want to harm me? Holmes leaned back, his eyes thoughtful. The answer is simpler than you might think, Sir Henry. Stapleton believes himself to be the rightful heir to the Baskerville estate. He's woven a tangled web of lies and deceit, creating the illusion of his own noble bloodline. To him, your death would have been nothing more than a means to an end. Watson's voice broke the silence. But the Hound, how did he manage to create such a terrifying creature? Holmes's lips curled slightly. It wasn't a creature at all, Watson. Stapleton used his knowledge of human psychology to exploit the local legend of the Phantom Hound. He manipulated the villagers, using their fear to his advantage. The dog he used was merely a tool, painted with phosphorescent paint to glow in the dark, a creature of the night designed to strike terror into the hearts of those who believed. A cold, quiet horror crept into the room as the implications sank in. "We must act quickly," Holmes said, his voice hardening. "Stapleton cannot be allowed to escape justice. We will confront him, and we will bring him to the light." As the fire in the hearth sputtered, casting its final embers into the darkness, the three men rose from their seats, united in their resolve. The game was far from over, and Sherlock Holmes, as always, would not rest until the truth was revealed, no matter how deep it was buried in the shadows. As the heavy silence of the room enveloped them, Holmes's mind was already in motion. The evening's conversation had only served to sharpen his senses. There was no time to lose. The pieces of the puzzle had fallen into place, but now the final move must be made swiftly before Stapleton could slip away into the shadows from which he had emerged. Holmes stood and adjusted his coat, his usual composure returning in an instant. "We must move quickly," he said, his voice low and purposeful. "I suspect that Stapleton is not far from here, and he will have expected us to unravel the mystery eventually. He is a dangerous man, cunning in his methods. But we have one advantage, gentlemen. He believes we are still in the dark about his true intentions." Sir Henry, still visibly shaken, nodded, his hand gripping the edge of the table for support. "What do you suggest, Holmes?" "We will not confront him directly yet," Holmes replied, his eyes glinting with the brilliance of his thoughts. "We will need to gather more evidence, but we must also be cautious. The moment we make our move, Stapleton will likely try to cover his tracks, or worse, flee. We must remain one step ahead." Watson leaned forward, eager to act. "And how do you propose we do that?" Holmes's gaze flicked toward the window, where the faintest hint of dawn began to stretch across the horizon. Stapleton has one weakness that he cannot hide, his ego. He believes himself to be untouchable, smarter than anyone else. If we can provoke him into making a mistake, we can expose him for what he is. A silence fell as the plan unfolded in their minds. They would need to carefully bait Stapleton to make him reveal himself without him realizing they were onto him. It was a delicate balance, but Holmes knew it would be the only way to ensure his capture. First, Holmes continued, we will need to visit the moor once more. There is something there that I overlooked in our previous search, something Stapleton may have left behind, something that will confirm his connection to the plot. The moor, Watson, is far more than just a desolate landscape. It is a theater where the crime was staged and where the final act must unfold. Sir Henry shuddered at the thought of returning to that haunting, desolate place. I dread the idea of going back there, Holmes, he admitted, his voice tight with unease. The Hound's presence still haunts my thoughts. Holmes placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. I understand your fear, Sir Henry. But remember, it is only a shadow of your own making, a figment of Stapleton's design. If we confront it directly, we rob it of its power. The three of them stood, and with that, they set out for the moor, the fog still thick around them as they made their way through the early morning haze. The landscape was a blur of gray and black, the towering rocks like ancient sentinels, watching them with an eerie stillness. They moved cautiously, Holmes leading the way with practiced steps. Every now and then, his sharp eyes would dart toward the ground, searching for any signs of disturbance, any hint that Stapleton had been there recently. The wind howled through the open space, carrying with it a faint, unsettling sound, a distant howl that made the hairs on the back of Watson's neck stand on end. Do you hear that? Watson asked, his voice tense. It sounds like a dog. Holmes held up a hand to silence him, his gaze fixed on the distant hills. It is nothing more than the wind, Watson. Focus. We are close. They walked for what felt like an eternity, the moor stretching endlessly before them. Then, at last, Holmes paused near a cluster of rocks, crouching to inspect something on the ground. Here, Holmes muttered, pointing to a small, seemingly insignificant object, a tuft of fur, slightly matted and dark, caught in the brush. Watson bent down to inspect it, recognizing immediately that it was not the fur of any ordinary animal. It was too coarse, too deliberate. It's from the Hound, Watson said, his voice a mix of awe and horror. But this is no ordinary animal hair. This was planted. Stapleton had to have done this. Holmes nodded gravely. Precisely. It's a sign that he was here, that he planted this to continue the illusion of the Hound's presence. He's been feeding the fear, using it as a weapon. As they continued to search the area, the sky above them darkened once more, the clouds gathering in a way that felt almost ominous. And then, through the thickening mist, they saw it, a figure moving swiftly toward them, clothed in dark, weathered clothing, the outline of a hat obscuring his features. Stapleton. He was unaware of their presence, but Holmes's sharp eyes had already noted his peculiar gait. There was something off about the way he moved, almost as if he was not entirely confident of his surroundings. Perhaps, for the first time, Stapleton had begun to feel the weight of the net closing in around him. Holmes signaled for Sir Henry and Watson to remain hidden as he moved stealthily closer. His every movement was calculated, precise. In the distance, they could just make out the flicker of something bright, something glinting from Stapleton's coat. It was a knife, a weapon meant to ward off anyone who might be foolish enough to confront him. Holmes's heart beat faster, but his mind remained calm. He knew this moment had come, the time when everything would either fall into place or shatter into chaos. As Stapleton reached a small outcrop of rocks, Holmes stepped forward, revealing himself from the mist. "Jack Stapleton," he said, his voice carrying through the stillness like a clarion call. The figure froze. There was a sharp intake of breath, followed by a brief, almost imperceptible hesitation. Then Stapleton turned, his face twisting into a grimace of surprise and defiance. "Holmes," he said, his voice tight with anger. "You're too late. I had hoped you wouldn't come. But it seems you finally figured it out." Holmes smiled faintly, though there was no humor in it. "Not too late, Stapleton. It seems we've both been playing a game of shadows, and I believe it's time to reveal the truth." Stapleton's eyes flickered toward the horizon, as if calculating his chances of escape. But there was no more room for running. No more shadows to hide in. The trap was set, and the hound of fear had finally been caught in the light. Stapleton's face, though pale, was hard with resolve. The glint of the knife in his hand was the only reflection of his inner turmoil as he eyed Holmes, Watson, and Sir Henry, who had now emerged from the mist. For a fleeting moment, a shadow of uncertainty crossed his features. Perhaps he realized that his deception was unraveling faster than he had expected. "You think you have won?" Stapleton sneered, his grip tightening on the handle of the knife. "But this is not over. You cannot stop what has already begun." Holmes remained calm, his posture unflinching as he studied the man before him. "It was never about stopping the inevitable, Stapleton," he said in his usual, measured tone. "It was about ensuring you paid for your crimes. And now that moment has come." Sir Henry stepped forward, his face a mixture of anger and disbelief. "You are a madman, Stapleton. All this time, you played with our lives, fed us lies, and for what? Power? Revenge?" Stapleton's lips curled into a thin, bitter smile. "Power? Perhaps. But also a lesson. The Baskervilles have lived under a shadow for centuries, with their name used as a symbol of fear. I intended to make it my own, turn the legacy of the Hound into something real, something that would haunt you all forever." Watson, unable to contain his disgust, took a step forward. But it wasn't the hound that was your weapon, was it? It was your manipulation, your ability to control fear. The hound was nothing more than a mask. Stapleton's eyes flickered, his mask of confidence beginning to crack. "You don't understand," he spat. "Fear is a powerful thing. It can make men do unspeakable things. It can break them. I watched you all, waiting for the moment when the fear would take hold. And when it did, I would strike." Holmes's voice cut through the tension like a blade. "You underestimated one thing, Stapleton. You underestimated the human capacity for truth. No amount of fear, no matter how expertly orchestrated, can stand against it forever." Stapleton's smile faltered, his eyes darting nervously toward the horizon as if searching for an escape that was no longer possible. "You may have your truths, Holmes, but they won't save you. Not when the past rises up to claim its due." Before Holmes could respond, there was a sudden movement, an unexpected rustling from the underbrush behind them. Stapleton, sensing the opportunity, attempted to make a swift retreat, his hand reaching for the knife to defend himself, but he was too slow. Holmes had anticipated this moment. In one fluid motion, Holmes stepped forward, his hand grabbing Stapleton's wrist and twisting it sharply, forcing the knife to drop into the damp earth. Watson, quick to act, seized the moment to restrain the man, his hands locking firmly around Stapleton's arm. Stapleton struggled for a moment, but the grip of the two men was unyielding. His earlier bravado crumbled, replaced by a sharp desperation. "You don't know what you're dealing with. You can't stop me," he shouted, his voice raw with fear. Holmes remained calm, his eyes never leaving Stapleton's face. "On the contrary, it is you who do not understand, Stapleton. You've built your empire on lies, but lies cannot sustain themselves forever. It is time for you to face the consequences of your actions." For a brief moment, the bleak, cold moor around them seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for the resolution of this twisted drama. Sir Henry stepped forward, his voice cold with finality. "You're finished, Stapleton." As if to underscore Sir Henry's words, the distant howling of the hound could be heard once again, this time unmistakable, but it was no longer the eerie sound of death. It was the plaintive cry of a creature abandoned, lost in the fog. The shadow that had once seemed so menacing had been stripped of its power. The fear it had once evoked was now a hollow echo. Stapleton's face drained of color, and he began to struggle anew, but it was futile. The weight of his lies, his manipulations, and his twisted ambitions had all come crashing down around him. The fog, the moor, the hound, they were all illusions. His reign of terror had ended. "We'll take you to the authorities, Stapleton," Holmes said, his voice firm. "And once your lies are exposed, the truth will finally come to light." Stapleton, defeated and broken, allowed himself to be led away. There would be no more mysteries, no more deceit. The dark legacy of the Baskervilles would be put to rest, the name no longer bound by fear or false tales. As they made their way back through the moor, The first rays of sunlight pierced the mist, casting a pale golden glow over the land. The haunting cries of the hound faded into the distance, replaced by the calm sounds of the morning. The storm had passed. The truth had prevailed. And for the first time in many years, the Baskerville name would no longer be overshadowed by darkness. It would remain, as it always should have been, a name that stood for honor, for legacy, and for the triumph of reason over fear. Holmes paused for a moment, looking back at the moor, his mind already turning to the next puzzle. But for now, the case was closed, and the light of reason had vanquished the shadows once and for all. As the group made their way back toward Baskerville Hall, the last remnants of the fog seemed to cling to the ground like an unwilling specter, hesitant to let go of the night's secrets. The sun, now fully risen, cast a gentle light over the moor, transforming the once sinister landscape into a scene of quiet beauty. The cries of the hound had long since faded, leaving only the soft rustle of the wind and the distant sound of birdsong. Sir Henry, his face still drawn with the strain of the past days, glanced at Holmes, his voice carrying a mix of gratitude and disbelief. I can't believe it's finally over. All this time, I thought the curse of the Baskervilles would never end. Holmes offered a small, reassuring smile, though his eyes remained thoughtful. It never was a curse, Sir Henry. Merely a web of deceit, spun by a man who wanted to turn fear into a weapon. The true curse, if you will, is the fear that lingers long after the facts have been obscured. But now, the truth is out. Watson, walking beside them, glanced back toward the moor, still uneasy despite the resolution. Even so, Holmes, I cannot shake the feeling that Stapleton's madness was rooted in something far deeper than mere ambition. It was as though he believed that fear itself could be harnessed and controlled. Holmes nodded, his expression distant. You are right, Watson. Stapleton's obsession with the Baskervilles was not just about power. It was a twisted desire to rewrite history, to become the one who stood at the center of a legacy. He sought to create a story, a myth, where he could be both the villain and the hero. But in doing so, he blinded himself to the simple truth that the truth itself is far more powerful than any myth could ever be. Sir Henry remained silent, still processing the weight of everything that had occurred. His eyes wandered to the horizon, where the sun now bathed the land in a warm golden hue, as though offering a fresh beginning. For the first time in days, he felt something akin to peace, a release from the dark grip that had held him captive for so long. As they reached Baskerville Hall, the air seemed to lighten, as though the house itself had exhaled after holding its breath. The towering walls no longer appeared oppressive, but rather stood as quiet witnesses to the end of a long, harrowing chapter. Holmes turned to Sir Henry. I trust you will be able to return to your life now, with your name and your legacy restored? Sir Henry smiled, albeit faintly. Yes, I think I will. There's still much to do, but I feel as though I can face it now. Thank you, Holmes, Watson. You've not only solved the mystery, but you've freed me from the chains of doubt that have plagued me. Holmes gave a nod of acknowledgement, his usual reserve returning. "It was a pleasure, Sir Henry. But remember, no matter how compelling a tale may seem, always look for the truth beneath it. Fear may make a good story, but it cannot last in the face of reason." With that, Holmes turned to Watson, his eyes gleaming with the same keen intelligence that had guided them through every step of the case. "Watson, I believe we have one last matter to attend to before we can call it a day." Watson raised an eyebrow. "And what might that be, Holmes?" Holmes smiled slightly, a rare, almost imperceptible gesture of satisfaction. "A well-earned rest, my dear fellow. A journey like this always brings its share of exhaustion, and there is no better remedy for that than a comfortable chair, a warm fire, and a good meal." As they entered the hall, the weight of the case finally began to lift from Watson's shoulders. The rooms, once filled with the shadows of fear, now felt lighter, warmer. Holmes had solved the mystery, yes, but more importantly, he had restored a sense of balance, a return to normalcy. The specter of the Hound, which had haunted the moors for so long, was gone. The sun had risen, the fog had lifted, and the curse had been broken, not by the force of myth or legend, but by the steadfast pursuit of truth. And in that truth, the bonds of fear had been shattered, leaving only the clarity of reason to guide them forward. As Holmes and Watson sat down to their meal, the world outside seemed to exhale, as if finally freed from the grip of darkness. They had come to Baskerville Hall seeking answers to a mystery that had plagued a family for generations. Now, they departed with the satisfaction of knowing that the truth had triumphed, and that, perhaps, the darkest fears were only ever shadows of the mind. And so, with the case of the Hound of the Baskervilles behind them, Holmes and Watson prepared for whatever new mysteries the future might hold, knowing that no matter how strange or terrifying the world might seem, reason would always guide them through the fog. Though the case of the Hound of the Baskervilles had been solved, the shadow of the moor and its strange mysteries lingered in the minds of Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. As they sat together in the drawing room of Baskerville Hall, sipping their tea and sharing quiet conversation, Holmes was once again lost in thought. His fingers gently tapped on the armrest of his chair, as though tracing the invisible lines of the mystery that had unfolded. Dr. Watson, however, found his mind drifting to other matters. He had seen the toll that the case had taken on Sir Henry, and though the young Baskerville heir had been restored to his rightful place, Watson could not entirely dismiss the suspicion that something deeper, something more elusive, still stirred in the air around them. "Holmes," Watson began, breaking the comfortable silence, "do you ever wonder if there might be more to the story? Even with Stapleton's plan revealed, there's something unsettling about it all. The way he played the part of a man haunted by the Baskerville legacy, was it not a touch too theatrical? Too calculated?" Holmes looked up, a glimmer of recognition flashing in his eyes. "You have a keen mind, Watson. There is always more to the story than meets the eye, especially with a man like Stapleton. His manipulation of the legend was ingenious, yet, beneath it all, he was driven by something more. Ambition, yes, but also something darker." Watson felt a chill, though the warmth of the fire crackled merrily in the hearth. "What do you mean?" Holmes leaned forward, his gaze sharp. Stapleton's motivations were not merely financial. He saw himself as a man of destiny, as one who could rewrite history. But in doing so, he sought not just to ruin the Baskerville name, but to assume control over it, to make it his own. His obsession with the Baskervilles, with the legend, went beyond simple inheritance. It was about erasing a past and creating a new narrative in which he held all the power. Watson paused, taking in Holmes's words. "So, you think his madness was more than just greed? There was an ideological drive behind it?" "Precisely," Holmes said, his eyes narrowing as if he were seeing the full pattern laid out before him. "You see, Watson, we often think of ambition as a straightforward desire for wealth or status. But for some men, it is about a deeper need to control the stories that others tell about them. Stapleton's desire was to be remembered not as a footnote in the Baskerville history, but as the one who could manipulate the very myth itself." Watson shifted uneasily in his seat, but his respect for Holmes's deductions kept him riveted. "But he failed, didn't he? His plans unraveled, and in the end, he met a grim fate." "Yes," Holmes agreed, his voice low. "Stapleton's own madness became his undoing. In his quest to create a new legend, he failed to see that true power lies in the truth, not in the manipulation of it. His actions were too desperate, too violent, and that is why he was ultimately exposed." For a moment, there was silence between the two men, the weight of their conversation settling in the air. The fire crackled, casting shadows that seemed to dance on the walls, echoing the way the past had haunted the present. But with every answer came another question, and even though the immediate danger had passed, the mystery still tugged at Watson's mind. "Holmes," Watson asked, his voice tinged with curiosity, "do you think that in solving this case, we've really come to the end of the Baskerville story? Or do you believe there are still threads left untied?" Holmes's lips curled into a faint, knowing smile. "There are always threads left untied, Watson. Some mysteries leave us with more questions than answers, no matter how thoroughly we investigate. The Baskervilles, like many families of old, carry within them the shadows of their past. Some things are better left undisturbed, some myths remain in the bones of a place, and we cannot always clear the fog that surrounds them." Watson frowned, his thoughts wandering to the vast moorland stretching beyond the hall. It had been the setting for so much intrigue and terror, a place where myth and reality blended in ways that were impossible to distinguish. "So, you're saying that even though we have solved the case, the legacy of the Baskervilles may never truly be free of its haunting?" "Exactly," Holmes replied, his voice quiet yet firm. "History leaves scars, Watson. The Baskervilles may go on living their lives, but the story of the Hound, of Stapleton, will continue to haunt them in ways we cannot fully grasp. And that, my dear fellow, is the true power of myth." Dr. Watson could not disagree. He had seen it in Sir Henry's eyes, the faint remnants of fear and wonder that would likely linger for the rest of his days. And even though the tangible danger had passed, the shadow of the Baskerville legend would always be a part of them. With that, Holmes rose from his chair, signaling the end of their conversation. "Let us return to London, Watson. There are other cases to attend to, and the world does not wait." As they gathered their things, ready to leave the hall behind them, Watson glanced one last time at the Dartmoor, its fog rolling in once again like a secret waiting to be kept. And though the case of the Hound of the Baskervilles had come to a close, he could not shake the feeling that in some strange, mysterious way, the echoes of that ancient legend would never truly fade. And so, the two men departed, leaving the hall and its mysteries to rest, but knowing that the stories they had uncovered, like all great tales, would remain with them, lingering just beyond the reach of reason, waiting for the next adventure to begin. As Holmes and Watson made their way back to London, the train's rhythmic clatter seemed to mirror Watson's unsettled thoughts. Though the moorland and Baskerville Hall were far behind them, the specter of the case still haunted his mind. As much as Holmes had dismissed the deeper mysteries, Watson couldn't quite shake the feeling that the Hound of the Baskervilles would always have a place in his mind. Was it truly solved, or had the events merely uncovered a deeper, more disturbing truth about the men and women of the Baskerville lineage? The journey was long, and as they crossed the countryside, the sun dipped below the horizon, bathing the landscape in a faint golden glow. Watson sat across from Holmes, lost in thought, but aware that his companion's gaze was fixed on some far-off point beyond the window. "Holmes," Watson finally asked, breaking the silence that had stretched between them for miles, "do you ever feel as though we've only touched the surface of this case? There are still unanswered questions, Stapleton's motivations, his connection to the Baskervilles, his true identity." Holmes looked up at him then, his expression unreadable. "It is natural to feel that way, Watson. Our minds are trained to seek out answers, to understand the full scope of what we see. But sometimes the answers are not what we expect them to be. And sometimes the pursuit of understanding can lead us down a path we are not meant to follow. Are you suggesting that there is more to the story? That we might have missed something?" Watson's voice grew more urgent. Stapleton was clearly a man of great cunning. We uncovered the truth about his plans, but I can't help feeling that he had a larger game in mind. Was he truly just after the inheritance, or was there something more, something darker? Holmes steepled his fingers, his eyes glinting as he considered Watson's words. "You are correct in suspecting that there may be more to this story than meets the eye. But I believe the truth is far simpler and far more unsettling than we are prepared to accept." Watson frowned, confusion taking root. "Simpler? But what of the murders, the manipulation of the legend, his obsession with the Baskerville name?" Holmes' gaze grew distant as he leaned back in his seat. "You are forgetting one crucial detail, Watson. The one thing that was never fully explained. The Hound." Watson blinked, taken aback. "But we know that it was a mere animal, trained to terrify, to kill. We found evidence of its training, Stapleton's own involvement." Holmes shook his head. "No, Watson. the hound was never the true danger. It was a symbol, a manifestation of something deeper, the fear of the Baskerville curse. The legend itself was the weapon, and Stapleton knew that. He did not need the hound to kill. He only needed to make people believe in it. Watson's brow furrowed. You're suggesting that it wasn't the hound that caused the deaths, but the fear of it? That Stapleton manipulated not just the physical world, but the very minds of his victims? Precisely, Holmes replied, his voice soft but firm. Stapleton's true power lay in his ability to manipulate the minds of those around him. Fear is a potent thing, Watson. It can cloud the mind, distort the senses, and make the impossible seem real. It is not the hound itself that killed, but the terror it inspired in those who believed in it. Watson sat back, digesting this new perspective. So, in the end, it was not a great villainous plot, just a man playing on the darkest of human emotions? Yes, Holmes said, his eyes narrowing. Stapleton understood that the true curse of the Baskervilles was not an ancient hound, but the fear and superstition that had been woven into the family's story for generations. His plan was simple, to reignite that fear, to make the legend live again, and to use it as a weapon. An ingenious, if twisted, plan, Watson murmured. Holmes smiled faintly. Yes, but like all such schemes, it was ultimately doomed to fail. Fear, once unleashed, can be a powerful force, but it is also fragile. Once exposed to the light of reason, it cannot stand. For a long while, the two men sat in silence, each lost in his own thoughts. The countryside outside the window was now bathed in darkness, the only light coming from the flickering lamps of the passing train. Holmes, Watson said quietly, do you ever wonder if we, too, are being played? In all of our investigations, do we not sometimes find ourselves trapped in our own perceptions, in the very myths we seek to unravel? Holmes looked at him for a long moment, as if weighing the question. Perhaps, Watson. Perhaps we, too, are prisoners of our own perceptions. But the difference lies in our ability to recognize that, to see the truth behind the illusion. The train continued its journey, and Watson could not help but feel that, for all their intellect and reason, they were still at the mercy of forces far beyond their control. What, truly, was the nature of the Baskerville curse? Was it a tale of ambition and greed, or something deeper, a curse that lived not in the halls of Baskerville, but in the hearts of those who dared to believe in it? As they neared London, the familiar skyline rising on the horizon, Watson felt a quiet unease settle over him. The case of the Hound of the Baskervilles had ended, yes, but some mysteries, it seemed, were destined to remain unsolved, their shadows lingering long after the last page was turned. As the train pulled into the station, the final echoes of the night still clung to the air. The hustle and bustle of London had already begun to envelop the two men, but the world of the Baskervilles still lingered in Watson's mind, like an unresolved note in a symphony. He had thought that the conclusion of the case would bring clarity, but instead it left behind a sense of unfinished business, a lingering question about the nature of fear, of legends, and of the men who used them. Holmes, however, seemed to have already dismissed the matter from his thoughts. He stepped out of the carriage with his usual briskness, the flare of his coat trailing behind him like a shadow, as if he had never been touched by the uncertainty that had lingered in Watson's heart. "Watson," Holmes said with a grin as they walked through the station, "I trust you've already forgotten about the Baskerville case?" "There's nothing more to be said on the matter. We've solved it, after all." "I haven't forgotten," Watson replied, though his voice lacked the certainty he would have liked. "But sometimes, Holmes, I wonder if there's more we missed. A deeper meaning to everything. Perhaps some questions are better left unanswered." Holmes stopped for a moment, his gaze turning sharp as he looked at Watson. "You do know, Watson, that a case like Baskerville's isn't meant to leave lingering questions. It's not the mysteries that define us, but the way we handle them. We cannot afford to dwell on what we cannot change. Life, you see, is much like a case, always moving forward, never backward." "And yet," Watson mused, "there's always that shadow, isn't there? The one we can't quite dispel, no matter how many times we analyze the facts." "Ah," Holmes said, his voice softening with a rare understanding. "You are right. There is always something, somewhere, that we cannot quite grasp. But that's what makes us human, Watson. We seek, we search, we uncover, but the universe will always have its mysteries. And that, my dear friend, is the beauty of it." The two men continued through the streets of London, the city around them alive with the usual energy. But as they walked, Watson's mind was still far away, back in the moorlands with the Baskerville legend. The rational explanations that Holmes had laid out made sense, but the deeper part of Watson, his heart, his instinct, refused to let go of the unsettling feeling that something, perhaps, was still out of reach. A week passed before Holmes received an unexpected visitor, a letter, not the usual type that arrived for him, but one that seemed to carry an air of urgency. Watson was at Baker Street when it came, and Holmes had been inspecting it with the same intensity he applied to every clue. "I don't like this," Holmes murmured, his brow furrowed as he read the letter. "It's from Sir Henry Baskerville." Watson's heart skipped a beat. "What does he say?" Holmes set the letter down carefully, his fingers tracing the edge as though it were a piece of delicate evidence. "He's asked us to return to Baskerville Hall. He's noticed something troubling." "Troubling?" But everything seemed resolved. Watson protested. What could possibly still be haunting him there? "That's precisely what we must find out," Holmes replied with a determined gleam in his eye. "I've long suspected that the Baskervilles are never truly free of the past. It would seem, Watson, that this mystery is far from over." The two men wasted no time. The next day, they found themselves traveling back to the desolate moors of Baskerville. The clouds hung low, casting a gray pall over the landscape, as if the land itself remembered the shadow of the hound that had once haunted its hills. Sir Henry greeted them with an expression of unease. His normally confident demeanor had been replaced by an air of exhaustion. "Holmes, Watson," he said, I don't know how to explain it, but strange things have been happening. Noises in the night, doors left open when they were locked, strange figures moving on the moor. It's as though the curse is returning. Holmes, ever the skeptic, immediately set to work investigating the estate. The house had been thoroughly searched after the events surrounding Stapleton's death, but there was something about the current disturbance that felt different. It wasn't the overt threat of the Hound that had once terrorized Sir Henry. This time, it was the subtle, creeping feeling of something unseen, a presence that made the hairs on the back of Watson's neck stand on end. They began their investigation in the usual way, methodically, as Holmes always did. But this time, Watson noticed something odd. The further they delved into the house, the more the sense of unease grew. Rooms that should have been empty seemed to hold echoes of footsteps. Doors that were once securely locked seemed to swing open by themselves. And then, one evening, when Watson was alone in the library, he thought he saw a shadow, slight but unmistakable, cross the doorway. He followed it without thinking, his heart racing. The shadow led him down to the darkened cellar, a place he had never dared venture before. As he descended the narrow staircase, his flashlight flickered and the temperature seemed to drop. In the dim light, Watson could make out strange markings on the walls, symbols that were unfamiliar to him, but somehow ancient, carved into the very stone of the estate. It was then that Watson realized something that sent a chill down his spine. The mystery was not over. In fact, it had only just begun. Watson's breath caught in his throat as the shadow before him seemed to shift with the flickering light of his lantern. The markings on the cellar walls, strange, cryptic symbols, almost like an ancient language, drew him deeper into the darkness. There was something unnerving about the way they seemed to pulsate, as if alive, reacting to his presence. A shiver ran through him, but his curiosity, as always, outweighed his fear. He reached out, tracing his fingers along one of the symbols. The stone was cold, yet he could swear that a slight vibration hung beneath his touch. His pulse quickened, and for the first time in years, Watson felt a creeping sense of dread, not from the case itself, but from the very place they had come to investigate. Turning slowly, he found himself face to face with an unexpected sight. At the far end of the cellar, hidden in the shadows, stood a figure, a tall, thin man cloaked in black. His face was obscured by a hood, but the faint outline of his eyes glowed unnaturally, almost as though they were illuminated from within. "Who are you?" Watson demanded, his voice louder than he intended. The figure did not respond, but instead raised one hand, a finger pointed toward the symbols etched on the wall. His movements were slow, deliberate, as though the very air held a weight of ancient authority. "Watson, what is it?" Holmes' voice suddenly called out from above, breaking through the tension in the air. "What have you found?" The figure turned toward the sound of Holmes' voice, but did not move. There was an almost unnatural stillness to the air, as though time itself had slowed, waiting for something. Watson's heart raced as the figure began to fade, his form blurring into the shadows until it was gone entirely, leaving only the unsettling marks on the stone and the oppressive silence of the cellar. "Watson," Holmes' voice echoed down the stairwell again. What is going on? Watson took a deep breath, willing himself to focus. He rushed back up the stairs, trying to shake off the strange feeling that had settled in his chest. As he reached the top, he found Holmes, his face etched with concern, standing in the hallway. You look as though you've seen a ghost, old friend, Holmes remarked dryly, but there was no mistaking the sharpness in his eyes. What happened? Watson was silent for a moment, still shaken by the encounter. Holmes, I saw someone. A figure, cloaked in black. It was like he was part of the shadows themselves. And there were markings on the walls. Symbols, strange and unfamiliar. Holmes' expression darkened, and his usually confident demeanor shifted just slightly to one of deep thought. This is not the work of mere superstition, Watson. It seems we have stumbled upon something far more complex than we initially imagined. What do you mean? Watson asked, his voice tense. Holmes turned to face him, his mind already racing through possible explanations. These markings, there is a long history of secret societies, of ancient rituals tied to the land. It is possible that the Baskervilles were not the victims of a simple legend, but of something far more calculated. Someone has been playing a dangerous game with the past, and it would seem that the curse, if we can even call it that, is not merely a tale. It is a shadow that lingers, waiting for the right moment to resurface. Watson felt a cold wave of realization wash over him. This was no ordinary case. This was not just a matter of solving the mystery of the Hound or uncovering the truth behind Stapleton's deceit. There was something far older, far more dangerous at play here, something hidden in the very bones of Baskerville Hall. The two men spent the next few days combing through the estate, questioning the staff, and researching the strange markings in the cellar. But the more they uncovered, the more they realized that the truth was slipping further out of reach, tangled in layers of forgotten history and dark secrets. Every corner of the estate seemed to hold a clue, but each clue only led to more questions. Holmes, ever the detective, was relentless in his pursuit of answers, but even he had begun to show signs of wear. His usually sharp mind had been troubled by the peculiarities of the case, and even Watson could sense that his friend, for once, had encountered something that defied his usual logic. One evening, as the fog rolled in thick over the moors, Watson sat by the fireplace in the drawing room of Baskerville Hall, his thoughts heavy with the unanswered questions. He could hear Holmes pacing in the next room, muttering to himself as he examined yet another collection of old papers. Suddenly, a faint sound interrupted his thoughts, a soft knock on the door. Watson rose and opened it, only to find Sir Henry standing there, his face pale and drawn. Holmes. Watson, Sir Henry began, his voice trembling, there's something you need to see. The two men followed Sir Henry down a long, dimly lit hallway, where he led them to a hidden door at the far end. It was a door that none of the staff had mentioned, one that had clearly been sealed for many years. With a steady hand, Sir Henry unlocked it, and as the door creaked open, a strange, musty smell filled the air. Inside, The room was small and cluttered with forgotten relics. But what caught Watson's attention immediately was a large, ornate chest sitting in the corner. The chest was old, its surface carved with intricate patterns and symbols that mirrored those found in the cellar. "Open it," Sir Henry urged, his voice barely more than a whisper. Holmes approached the chest with caution, his usual composure faltering for just a moment. With a swift motion, he opened the chest, and as the lid creaked open, a chill ran down Watson's spine. Inside, there was a collection of items, ancient scrolls, faded photographs, and strange artifacts. But what stood out above all was a single item placed in the center of the chest, a blackened, withered hand, its fingers splayed wide as though frozen in a silent scream. Holmes' face grew pale, his usual confidence shattered. "This is no ordinary relic," he muttered. "This is a warning." The shadows that had long haunted Baskerville Hall were no longer a tale told by the superstitious. They were a reality. And now, it seemed, the time had come to face the truth, no matter how terrifying it might be. Holmes, his hand still hovering over the strange relic, turned to Watson with an expression he had not seen before, a rare, almost imperceptible hint of fear. He closed the chest with deliberate slowness, the creak of the lid resounding in the otherwise silent room. "This, Watson," Holmes said quietly, his voice unusually soft, "is no mere artifact. It is a key to something ancient and perhaps very dangerous." Sir Henry, who had been standing at the door, watching in nervous anticipation, stepped forward. His eyes were wide with disbelief. "What do you mean, Holmes? What is this thing?" Holmes stared at the chest, his brow furrowed in thought. "It appears we have been looking at this entire case from the wrong angle. The curse, the hound, the strange occurrences, they are all distractions. The true danger lies in what this chest represents." He paused, as though grappling with a thought he was reluctant to voice. "This hand is not human." Watson's gaze fell to the blackened, withered hand that lay in the chest. The fingers were long and unnaturally stretched, the skin leathery and cracked, as though it had been exposed to centuries of neglect. Despite its appearance, there was a strange power emanating from it, a malevolent energy that seemed to pulse just beneath the surface. "It's a relic of the old ways," Holmes continued, his voice low and grave. "This was likely part of a ritual, one that was meant to control something far darker than any mortal could comprehend. It's a relic of an occult tradition, perhaps one that even predates the Baskerville estate itself. Could this be connected to the family's history?" Watson asked, his voice tinged with both intrigue and unease. Holmes nodded slowly. "I suspect that the Baskervilles were not merely cursed, Watson. They were chosen. Or rather, they were bound to this curse through their involvement with something far older than the legend of the Hound." The room seemed to grow colder, and Watson felt the weight of Holmes' words settle in his chest. "But how does this hand, this thing, fit into the puzzle?" Holmes turned back to the chest, his fingers brushing over the strange symbols carved into its surface. "I believe it is part of a much larger ritual, one that was interrupted, perhaps by the early deaths of Sir Charles Baskerville and others in the family line. It was meant to protect or to trap something. And now, someone has come to finish the work that was started centuries ago. Sir Henry swallowed hard, his eyes darting nervously around the room. Do you think that whoever is behind this curse, is still alive? Holmes' gaze was piercing, his expression hardening. It is not a matter of being alive, Sir Henry. The power we are dealing with is older than any man. It is not bound by the constraints of life or death. What we face here is an entity that has been waiting, a force that has been lying dormant for centuries, and now someone wishes to awaken it. Watson felt a chill run through him at the mention of the word entity. For all their years of investigating strange and unsettling cases, this was something different. This was not just a mystery to be solved. This was a fight against something far darker and more insidious than anything they had encountered before. Holmes, Watson said, his voice barely above a whisper, what are we up against? Holmes turned his piercing gaze toward Watson, his eyes dark with the weight of the knowledge he was about to share. A force that is tied to the very land beneath our feet. A force that feeds on fear, on blood, and on the very souls of those who dare disturb its resting place. The sound of distant footsteps interrupted the silence, and the three men turned toward the door. A moment later, a figure appeared in the doorway, a tall, gaunt man with a face that was strangely familiar. It was Stapleton. Holmes, Watson, he said, his voice smooth but laced with something unsettling. I was wondering when you would find it. Watson's hand instinctively went to the revolver at his side. Stapleton, what are you doing here? Stapleton smiled, but it was a smile devoid of warmth, like a wolf who had just found his prey. Oh, I've been here all along, watching, waiting for you to piece things together. I suppose you are wondering about the hand. Well, you found the key, gentlemen. But it's too late. The ritual is already in motion. Holmes stood still, his expression unreadable, but there was a dangerous edge to his calm demeanor. What do you mean, Stapleton? What ritual are you speaking of? Stapleton's smile widened, and he stepped forward into the room, his gaze flicking toward the chest. The Baskervilles were chosen, Holmes. They were chosen to guard the key, the hand, to prevent it from being used again. But their line has grown weak, and the hand, well, it has been waiting, as I said. Waiting for the right person to awaken it. Watson felt a tightening in his chest. You've been behind all of this? The Hound, the strange happenings, the fear that has gripped this estate? Stapleton's smile faltered for a moment, then returned with a cold, cruel edge. Not entirely, but I have certainly played my part. You see, the Baskervilles were never meant to survive. The hand was never meant to remain in the chest. It was meant to be placed in the heart of the moors to call forth what slumbers beneath the earth. Holmes took a step forward, his voice steady, but with a tinge of warning. You've unleashed something far more dangerous than you understand, Stapleton. Whatever you think you're controlling, you are only feeding it. Stapleton laughed softly, as though Holmes' words were a triviality. I don't seek control, Holmes. I seek power. And power, my dear friend, comes from embracing what others fear. You think you can stop it? You think you can stop me? His eyes gleamed with madness. This is only the beginning. And with that, the very walls of Baskerville Hall seemed to tremble as if answering his call. The air grew thick with the scent of earth and decay, and the distant howl of a hound echoed through the night, its mournful cry sending a ripple of terror through every man in the room. The darkness was closing in. The room fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the distant, howling wind outside, as though the very night itself had come alive with an ancient force. Watson's heart raced, the cold sweat on his brow mixing with the chill in the air. He gripped his revolver tightly, his fingers trembling, though he dared not let it show. Stapleton's eyes gleamed with a kind of madness that sent a shiver down Watson's spine. You think you can stop this? He repeated, his voice thick with arrogance. You cannot fight what has already been awakened. The hand is but a conduit, Holmes, and I have already made the first offering. The ritual is complete. Holmes' expression remained stoic, his keen mind racing. He had seen many strange and dangerous things in his time, but this felt different. It was as though they were dealing with something that existed beyond the realm of reason, something that even his sharp intellect could barely comprehend. Stapleton, Holmes said, his voice low and measured, what have you done? What is it that you have unleashed? Stapleton gave a cruel laugh, stepping further into the room, his tall figure looming in the dim light. You are so close, Holmes, yet so far. You see, the Baskervilles were never meant to be protectors, only pawns in a far grander scheme. I have freed the ancient force that the hand was meant to bind. I have offered it what it craves, the bloodline of the Baskervilles. And now it is awake. It is coming. Watson's grip on his revolver tightened as the words sank in. What is coming, Stapleton? What have you set loose on this land? Stapleton's eyes flickered with something that was almost reverence, his voice dropping to a whisper. The hound is only the beginning, Watson. It was never just a beast of flesh and bone. It is a manifestation of something far darker. A being that has existed in the shadows of this land for centuries, born from the very earth itself, from ancient rites and forgotten gods. The Baskervilles were chosen to guard it, to keep it from breaking free. But now, the time has come to release it. Holmes took a step forward, his gaze unwavering. And what do you gain from this? What is it that you seek, Stapleton? Power? Immortality? Stapleton smiled again, this time with a far more sinister edge. Power is fleeting, Holmes. But immortality, true immortality, comes from embracing the eternal. from becoming one with the darkness that has always been here beneath the surface. The Baskervilles were simply the last obstacle. Once I have completed the ritual, I will join with it, become a part of it. I will never die. The ground beneath them seemed to tremble slightly, as though the earth itself was shifting, responding to Stapleton's words. The distant howls of the hound grew louder, closer, each one more guttural than the last. It was no longer a mere sound, it was a warning. The night was alive, and something terrible was stirring in its depths. Holmes' sharp eyes flickered toward the chest once more, his mind working at a pace that few could follow. The hand, he muttered. The relic, it was never meant to be used by you. It was a tool of binding, not of control. Stapleton's expression darkened. You still don't understand, do you? The hand is not a tool of binding. It is the key. It unlocks the gateway. You've heard the stories of the Hound, of the curse of the Baskervilles, but you've never understood the truth. The Hound is only the vessel, a symbol. The true power lies beneath. And now the door is open. As if to punctuate his words, the very floor beneath them seemed to groan and shift, a low rumbling sound emanating from deep within the earth. The air in the room grew thick, suffocating, and a strange, oppressive heat began to rise. The walls trembled, and the flickering candlelight seemed to grow dimmer, as though something was consuming the light itself. Watson's mind raced, his thoughts jumbled. He had seen Holmes face down criminals, outwit masterminds, and unravel the most twisted of cases. But this was something beyond reason. Something that no man could fight with mere logic. We must stop him, Watson said urgently, his voice sharp with fear. Holmes, we can't let this happen. We must destroy the hand, destroy whatever Stapleton has awakened. Holmes stood motionless for a moment, his eyes fixed on the chest. His mind was calculating, but there was something else, a gnawing realization, a cold understanding that there might be no easy solution this time. Stapleton, sensing the moment of tension, raised his hands in a mocking gesture, his lips curling into a smirk. You think you can stop it? You think you can stop me? He took a step toward the chest, his fingers brushing over the relic. The hand is the key, and now it belongs to me. It's already too late for you. The sound of the hound's howl echoed through the halls again, louder this time, closer. The ground trembled more violently, as though the earth itself was being torn apart. The ancient force, whatever it was awakening. Holmes' voice rang out, cutting through the noise and the growing terror. Watson, do you still have the vial, the one I gave you earlier? Watson's hand instinctively went to his jacket pocket, where he had tucked the small vial of strange liquid Holmes had provided him just hours before. Yes, but... Good, Holmes interrupted. We may have one chance, Watson. Stapleton has opened the gateway, but he has not yet completed the ritual. We can still disrupt it. Stapleton turned, a look of genuine surprise flickering across his face. "What are you talking about, Holmes?" Holmes' eyes were locked on him now, calculating, unyielding. "You may have the hand, Stapleton, but you have forgotten one thing. You cannot control what you do not fully understand. You cannot control what you have only just awoken." He turned to Watson, his voice steady despite the chaos around them. "Throw the vial into the chest, Watson. It will disrupt the ritual, sever the link between Stapleton and whatever is stirring beneath the earth." Without another word, Watson drew the vial from his pocket and hurled it into the chest. The liquid shimmered briefly in the air before it shattered against the relic, the room suddenly filled with a blinding flush of light. Stapleton screamed, a sound of pure, unbridled rage and fear, as the walls of Baskerville Hall seemed to crack and splinter, the ground shaking beneath their feet. The howl of the hound was now deafening, as though the very creature was standing at the door, its breath hot and heavy. For a moment, everything was still, silent, save for the echoes of Stapleton's frenzied cries. Then, as quickly as it had come, the silence was broken. The ground beneath them split open with a terrible roar, and the darkness of the night poured in. The light from the shattered vial flickered and sputtered, casting a momentary glow across the room. The walls trembled once again, and then nothing. A deep, unnatural silence descended. For a heartbeat, it felt as if the world itself had held its breath. Stapleton, his face twisted in an expression of sheer horror, took a step back. His hands, trembling and wide-eyed, reached out toward the relic, but it was already too late. The chest, once a source of dark power, now lay dormant, its ominous hum extinguished. Holmes stood still, his eyes narrowing as he observed the shifting shadows around them. The air was thick, suffocating, as though the very atmosphere had been sucked dry of life. For a moment, Holmes could feel it, the pull, the weight of something ancient and terrible, fighting to reassert itself. The ground continued to groan beneath their feet, as though something below the earth was struggling to break free. "Watson," Holmes muttered, his voice low, "this is not over." "Not yet." Stapleton, his voice ragged, stammered in disbelief. "What have you done?" "You don't know what you've unleashed. You cannot undo this. It is too powerful." But Holmes was already moving. He had known the risks, had known that disrupting the ritual was only the first step. What they had unleashed was still there, deep below, still awake, still calling out in the darkness. The hand, the relic, it had been but a gateway, not a final barrier. Watson, too, was aware of the growing danger. He could feel it now, the heavy weight of something watching them from the abyss. He glanced at Holmes, who was already making his way toward the doorway, his eyes scanning the room for any signs of movement. "We must leave, Watson," Holmes said, his voice urgent. "Stapleton's actions have opened the door, but we have not yet sealed it. We are not safe here." But just as they turned to flee, the ground beneath them cracked wide open with a deafening roar, the floor splintering in every direction. The walls of the hall buckled, and a fierce wind howled through the cracks, as though the house itself was being torn apart by some unseen force. The hound's howl returned, louder now, closer, its terrible voice filled with an unearthly rage. It seemed to echo from all directions, as though the beast had surrounded them, its very presence pressing in from all sides. But this was no ordinary creature. It was something more, something darker, born of ancient forces and old, forgotten pacts. Stapleton, his face pale and wild, backed away toward the relic, his hands reaching out as though hoping to revive the power within. "No," he screamed, his voice breaking. "I will not be denied. I will control it. I will be its master." But as his fingers brushed the chest once more, the air seemed to crackle with energy. There was a terrible, violent lurch. Stapleton cried out in agony, his body jerking as though struck by an invisible force. His mouth opened in a silent scream, but no sound came. He collapsed to the ground, motionless, his eyes wide with terror. Holmes moved quickly, his mind calculating the danger with every passing second. He turned to Watson. "We must leave now, Watson. The portal is unstable. If we do not act swiftly, we will be consumed by it." As Holmes spoke, the very fabric of the room seemed to warp, the walls bending and twisting as though being pulled into some other realm. The hound's howls grew more frenzied, the sound reverberating in their bones, and then, through the doorway, they saw it, dark, hulking, and monstrous. The beast was not of this world. Its eyes glowed like twin lanterns, casting an eerie, reddish light that painted the room in unnatural hues. It was a creature of nightmare, its form both shadow and substance, with muscles rippling beneath its matted fur. Its breath was like the gust of a storm, and every step it took seemed to shake the very foundation of the hall. Holmes didn't hesitate. He grabbed Watson by the arm and pulled him toward the door, the two of them stumbling over the debris as the creature advanced, its heavy paws hitting the ground with bone-shattering force. The wind howled louder as the house continued to shake, the darkness closing in around them. "Out, Watson, out!" Holmes shouted, his voice sharp with urgency. With a final burst of adrenaline, they both sprinted into the hallway, the hound's growls now close enough to shake the very air around them. They could hear its claws scraping against the stone floor, its breath hot and foul on their necks. Holmes did not stop, his sharp mind already formulating a plan, but the fear that pulsed in the air was tangible. The hallways twisted in the dim light, labyrinthine, as though the house itself had become an extension of the beast that stalked them. But Holmes and Watson pressed on, their footsteps echoing against the walls. The house was changing, warping, the boundaries between this world and the next becoming dangerously thin. Finally, they reached the front door. It was ajar, the cold night air rushing in. As Holmes flung it open, they both stumbled outside, the moonlight casting an eerie glow on the landscape beyond. They had only a brief moment to catch their breath before a voice, a deep, guttural voice, rose from the depths of the house. "You cannot escape," it rumbled. "You are not free. The gate has opened. You have awakened it. You will never leave this place." And with that, the ground beneath their feet cracked open once more, and from the darkness, the hound emerged fully, its enormous body silhouetted against the night. The beast was no longer merely a creature of myth. It was an ancient terror unleashed by man's greed and folly, and now it was hunting them, its glowing eyes fixed on Holmes and Watson with an unholy hunger. With nowhere to run, Holmes turned to Watson. "We must end this now," he said, his voice steady despite the danger. "We must destroy the beast before it claims us all." But even as he spoke, the hound's massive form loomed closer, its growls vibrating through the air, and the terror of the night seemed to swallow them whole. The air grew heavier, suffocating with an unrelenting darkness that seemed to devour the world around them. Holmes and Watson stood at the threshold of the house, the monstrous hound now fully revealed in its terrifying form. The beast loomed in the distance, its eyes like burning coals, casting long, twisted shadows upon the earth. Its massive body rippled with sinewy muscle, every movement a promise of violence, every breath a harbinger of doom. It was not just a creature, it was an embodiment of the nightmares that lurked in the darkest corners of the human soul, an ancient terror resurrected. "Holmes," Watson whispered, his voice tight with dread. "What do we do? How do we stop it?" Holmes did not answer immediately. His mind was racing, calculating, analyzing every possible course of action. He had no answers, no clear solution. The creature before them was beyond anything he had ever encountered. It was not of this world. It was something older, something forged in the primordial fires of a forgotten age. And yet, Holmes felt the familiar stirrings of a plan formulating in his mind. "We cannot fight it head on, Watson," Holmes said finally, his tone sharp. "The beast is not simply flesh and bone, it is something more. We must return to the heart of the house, to the relic. It is the only way to stop it. We must sever the connection between this realm and the creatures." "But the relic," Watson protested. "Stapleton, he touched it. It consumed him. How can we possibly control it?" Holmes' eyes hardened with resolve. Stapleton's mistake was in his desperation to control the force within the relic. He did not understand its true power. "We, Watson, are not here to control it. We are here to destroy it." Without waiting for Watson's reply, Holmes turned back toward the house, his coat swirling around him as he began to walk swiftly toward the door. Watson hesitated for a moment, his eyes darting to the hound, which had not moved. It was watching them, studying them, its enormous form outlined in the moonlight. Watson followed, his footsteps hesitant but resolute. They had no choice. The beast was closing in. As they approached the door, a deep, resonant growl rumbled from the hound, vibrating the very earth beneath their feet. Holmes and Watson paused, their hearts racing as the ground trembled once again. The creature was closing in. It was no longer simply a being of myth. It was hunting them with a terrible, unyielding instinct. Holmes reached the door first and swung it open with force, the hinges groaning in protest. The hallway inside was as dark and twisted as before, but now it seemed alive, shifting and warping in the dim light. It was as though the very walls of the house were bending under the weight of the ancient evil that had been awakened. "We move quickly," Holmes urged, his voice low and urgent. "There is no time to waste." They ran through the hallway, the sounds of their footsteps echoing in the emptiness. The walls pressed in around them, narrowing, distorting. It felt as though the house itself was alive, its very structure writhing in reaction to the beast that was drawing closer. Suddenly, the ground buckled beneath them, and Holmes and Watson staggered as the floor cracked wide open. From the depths below came a chilling, primal roar. The Hound was upon them. "Faster, Watson!" Holmes barked, grabbing his friend's arm and pulling him forward. They reached the chamber where the relic had once rested, but to their horror, the chest was now gone. The pedestal where it had stood was empty, the dark energy that had emanated from it now gone, leaving only a lingering, oppressive stillness. "No," Holmes muttered under his breath. "No, no." The air grew colder, and Holmes realized with a sinking feeling that the relic had not simply vanished. It had been moved, or rather, it had been taken. The beast had known. It had anticipated their actions even before they did. A flash of movement caught their attention. There, in the far corner of the room, the shadowy figure of Stapleton emerged from the darkness. He was alive, but something was wrong. His eyes glowed with an unnatural, eerie light, and his face was twisted with madness. "I told you," he rasped, his voice a hollow echo. "You cannot stop it. It is too powerful. I am its master now." Holmes's jaw tightened as he advanced towards Stapleton. "You were never its master, Stapleton. You were its pawn. The relic was not meant to be controlled. It was meant to be sealed." Stapleton laughed, a dry, brittle sound, the laugh of a man who had lost his mind to his obsession. "Seal it? It is beyond sealing. I have brought it into this world. You cannot put it back. We are all doomed." Before Holmes could respond, the ground trembled violently. The walls shuddered with the force of an earthquake, and from the darkness, the Hound's glowing eyes appeared once more, its shape barely visible in the shifting shadows. It was there, in the room with them now, its growls vibrating the very air. Stapleton, his face contorted in terror, backed away from the beast. "No! No! I didn't mean it." His voice was swallowed by the monstrous roar that filled the room, the sound shaking the foundations of the house. Holmes turned to Watson, his face pale but determined. "We cannot reason with him. He has lost himself to the very thing he sought to control. We must act now." Watson nodded, his eyes full of understanding. "What do you need me to do?" Holmes's mind raced, his calculations falling into place. We must disrupt the bond between the relic and the creature. If we can find where it is hidden, destroy the relic entirely, we may be able to sever the connection. But it won't be easy. Stapleton's screams echoed in the background as the Hound advanced. But this time, Holmes was ready. He knew what had to be done. They had to act fast, or they would never leave this place alive. The moment of truth had arrived. Holmes and Watson moved swiftly, positioning themselves in front of the looming creature. The Hound snarled, its massive jaws snapping shut with a terrible clang. It was now or never. On my count, Holmes said, his voice steady. 1, 2. The ground shook again as the beast lunged toward them. Now! Holmes shouted, and they both leapt into action. The world seemed to slow, as though time itself had paused in anticipation of the impending clash. Holmes's mind raced with the precision of a surgeon's scalpel. The Hound, a hulking mass of terror, was nearly upon them, its eyes burning with an unholy fury. "Move, Watson!" Holmes shouted, his voice sharp. The two men darted toward the dark corner of the room where Stapleton had disappeared moments before. But as they moved, the very air around them thickened, as though the house itself was conspiring against them. The walls groaned with the weight of ancient magic, the oppressive atmosphere growing heavier with each step. The beast's massive claws scraped the floor, dragging forward in relentless pursuit, sending tremors through the structure. In the corner where Stapleton had once stood was a large stone altar, cracked and worn by centuries of neglect. The faint light of the moon streamed through a shattered window, casting eerie shadows on the surface. And there, nestled against the altar, was the relic, the dark object that had summoned the Hound, binding it to this world. Holmes's eyes narrowed. It's here, the heart of this evil. Watson, breathing heavily, followed closely behind him. But we can't just. There's no time for hesitation, Watson. We must destroy it now. Holmes approached the altar, his hands trembling ever so slightly as he reached for the relic. It was an object of indescribable darkness, its shape too twisted to make sense of, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to writhe under his touch. For a moment, the relic pulsed with a sickly, green glow, its aura seemingly alive, feeding on the fear and panic that filled the room. Holmes recoiled, but his resolve remained unbroken. The Hound's growls reverberated throughout the chamber, shaking the stone walls. It was only moments away from attacking. The air had become thick with the creature's fury. "Watson, I need you to be ready," Holmes said, his voice steady despite the chaos around him. "When I destroy this, the relic will react violently. Get ready to move." Before Watson could respond, Holmes gripped the relic firmly. There was a sudden, electric pulse, and a screeching noise erupted from the object as if the house itself was crying out in agony. The temperature dropped, frost forming along the walls, and the Hound howled with a fury that shook the very foundations of the manor. Without hesitation, Holmes took a deep breath, closed his eyes for a moment to center himself, and then brought the relic down onto the stone altar with a deafening crash. The world seemed to shudder in response. A flash of blinding light erupted from the relic, blinding them both, and the ground beneath their feet cracked open with an explosive force. The sound of twisting metal, like the groaning of the earth itself, filled the room. The hound stopped its advance, its eyes growing wide as it turned toward the relic's destruction. It let out a monstrous roar, and for a split second there was a terrible silence, a void where the creature's very existence seemed to be ripped away. Then, as if by the force of the relic's destruction, the air seemed to freeze. The hound's form began to distort, its body flickering as though made of smoke. The monstrous beast let out one final howl, a sound of such pain and fury that it reverberated through the very bones of the men, and then it collapsed, disintegrating into nothingness. The room fell into an eerie silence, the trembling of the walls ceasing as the creature ceased to exist. The green glow of the relic faded away, leaving nothing behind but the cold remnants of the shattered stone altar. Holmes and Watson stood there, gasping for breath, their hearts pounding. They had done it. They had defeated the Hound. But the cost had been high. The weight of the destruction hung heavy in the air, and Holmes could not shake the feeling that the ordeal was not truly over. The relic had been destroyed, yes, but the forces it had unleashed, those were far from gone. There was something deeper, something far older at work here. Holmes turned slowly to Watson, his gaze steady but troubled. The creature is gone, but I fear we have only closed one chapter in a much larger tale. There is more at work here, much more. Watson wiped the sweat from his brow, looking around the darkened room. Then what now, Holmes? What are we to do? Holmes's mind was already working, sifting through the clues, unraveling the mystery in the depths of his thoughts. He looked down at the shattered remnants of the relic, still burning faintly in the dim light, its energy not entirely extinguished. I believe, Watson, Holmes said slowly, that we have merely glimpsed the surface of a much darker conspiracy. One that stretches beyond this house and this land. A chill ran down Watson's spine as he realized the gravity of what Holmes was suggesting. You think this is just the beginning? Holmes nodded, his face grim. Indeed. The relic was but a tool, a link in a chain much older than we can fathom. And somewhere, in the shadows, those who understand its true power are waiting to strike again. The Hound was only one of many monsters that lurk in the dark corners of this world. As the last of the darkness began to recede and dawn's first light crept through the shattered windows, Holmes and Watson knew that their journey was far from over. The ancient forces they had confronted had not been destroyed. They had only been delayed. And as Holmes turned to face the horizon, he understood whatever lay ahead would be even more dangerous than what they had just overcome. The true battle had only just begun. As the first light of day crept slowly across the manor, casting long shadows on the cold stone floor, Holmes stood motionless, his piercing eyes locked on the remnants of the altar. The air was thick with the weight of the recent battle, yet his mind was already racing forward, calculating the next move, probing for answers in the labyrinth of mysteries that surrounded them. Watson, still shaken by the near-miraculous escape, turned to Holmes. But what now? We've destroyed the creature, but as you said, the relic was only part of something larger. What is it we're dealing with, Holmes? Holmes didn't answer immediately. Instead, he bent down and carefully examined the pieces of the shattered relic, his fingers moving with deliberate precision. Each fragment, although broken, hummed with a faint, unnatural energy. He picked one up, his gaze never leaving the small shard as though it held the key to unraveling a much deeper secret. "It is as I feared, Watson," Holmes said softly. "The Hound was no simple guardian of this house. It was an agent, a tool of a far more insidious force, one that thrives on chaos and suffering. This relic, though destroyed, is only a small part of a much grander puzzle. A puzzle that has existed for centuries, and one which I believe we are now entwined in." Watson's brow furrowed. But who would go to such lengths, and why? What could they possibly hope to gain from this? Holmes stood, his mind visibly shifting gears as he processed the question. The answer is buried deep within the history of this place. There are legends, ancient tales, that speak of a society hidden in the shadows of Europe whose very existence has been obscured by time. A society that dabbles in forces beyond the natural, seeking to control death, power, and fate itself. "You mean the cult of the Obscura?" Watson asked, his voice low and uncertain. He had heard the whispers of such a group before, but they had always seemed like the ravings of madmen. No one had ever been able to prove their existence. Holmes nodded, his expression grave. "Indeed. But now I believe we have encountered a fragment of their work. The relic, an artifact of great power, was likely meant to awaken something far worse than that hound. Perhaps, in their minds, it was only a trial, a test of strength before the true unleashing." Watson looked around the room, still struggling to process the enormity of what Holmes was suggesting. "So, you think the Hound was just a distraction? A way to keep us occupied while the real plan unfolded?" "Precisely," Holmes replied, his voice becoming sharper. "But the question now is, what is their true goal? And who is behind this Stapleton? Or is he merely a pawn to—" The thought of Stapleton sent a chill down Watson's spine. The man had been the architect of this entire horror, but Holmes had always suspected that he was not the ultimate mastermind. And if Stapleton was just a part of a larger scheme, what else was at stake? What had they unleashed by destroying the relic? Holmes turned back to the altar, his mind working rapidly. "We must return to London. There is more we must learn about the Obscura. But we also have to be cautious. The forces we are dealing with here are not just men, no, they are something far older and far more dangerous." Watson nodded, the weight of their next steps settling heavily on his shoulders. "And Stapleton? What of him?" Holmes's face tightened, a flicker of determination in his eyes. "Stapleton will not escape justice. But for now, Our task is to stop whatever greater scheme he is a part of. We must uncover who else is involved before they can act again. They gathered their things quickly, stepping through the decaying manor, each man lost in his own thoughts. They left the ancient house behind, its dark secrets still clinging to the walls like the remnants of a nightmare. As they reached the carriage, ready to make their way back to London, Holmes paused, looking out at the landscape one last time. The rising sun bathed the hills in soft light, but the memory of the hound's fiery eyes and the strange force that had pulsed within the relic lingered in his mind. He turned to Watson, his tone somber but resolute. "There are shadows in the world, Watson, shadows that no one dares to speak of, let alone confront. But we have no choice now. We've crossed a line. We must follow this to the end, no matter what it costs us." Watson glanced at him, his heart heavy with the knowledge that the road ahead would not be an easy one. But as he looked into Holmes's determined eyes, he understood the gravity of their mission. They had stepped into something far darker than either had anticipated, and there would be no turning back. Holmes, with his unyielding intellect and relentless drive, was already thinking 10 steps ahead. But even he couldn't predict just how far this dark conspiracy would stretch, or how deeply it would change their lives. As the carriage rattled away from the manor and into the misty morning, the two men were left to wonder what awaited them in London and what new horrors would emerge from the depths of a mystery that seemed to have no end. As the carriage rattled down the mist-covered road, Holmes sat in silence, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts, each more urgent than the last. The scent of damp earth and the distant cries of birds breaking the stillness seemed to push him forward, as though even nature herself recognized the gravity of the task before them. Watson sat beside him, his gaze wandering over the ever-changing landscape, but his thoughts never straying far from the puzzle they had just unraveled. "Holmes," Watson ventured cautiously, breaking the silence that had enveloped them, "if there is truly a force like this obscura, one that can manipulate death and wield such power, how do we even begin to fight it? What are we up against?" Holmes's eyes narrowed, his gaze distant but sharp, as though he were staring straight through the mist, beyond the carriage and into the very fabric of their predicament. "Watson, in all my years of solving mysteries, I have encountered many dark forces, each one more sinister than the last. But the obscura..." He paused, his voice growing quieter, almost as if speaking the name aloud would invoke some unseen terror. "They are not like the criminals we are used to. They have the power to shape the world in ways we can scarcely comprehend. What we've seen here, what we've destroyed, is only the beginning." "But the relic is destroyed," Watson insisted. "The Hound is gone. Surely they cannot continue their plan now?" Holmes turned to face him, his eyes grave and filled with an unsettling certainty. "You are mistaken, Watson. The relic may be gone, but the true power of the obscura lies not in such artifacts, but in their knowledge. They have studied the darkest corners of human nature, and they have the ability to bend not just the body, but the soul. They are not concerned with simple power, Watson. They seek to control fate itself. We have only destroyed a fragment of their designs, but their reach is far greater than we know. Watson, though still struggling to grasp the full scope of what Holmes was saying, felt a cold shiver run through him. And Stapleton, he's only a pawn in all of this? Precisely, Holmes replied, his voice low and steady. Stapleton is a man driven by ambition and fear, but he was merely a means to an end for a far greater force. His role was to awaken the first piece of their plan, and now that we've destroyed it, they will move to the next phase. They won't stop. Not until they have everything they need. As the carriage moved steadily toward London, the two men fell into a heavy silence, each lost in their thoughts. Watson's mind raced, the image of the Hound's glowing eyes haunting him, its presence a reminder of the malevolent force that still lurked in the shadows. But beneath his growing dread, a spark of determination began to take root. They had already faced danger far greater than they had ever anticipated. But they had survived. And Holmes was never one to back down from a challenge. We need to go back to the beginning, Holmes said suddenly, as if reading Watson's thoughts. We must revisit the history of this society, the Obscura, and trace its origins. There are secrets buried deep in the past that we must uncover before they can use them against us. You mean the documents we found in the manor? Watson asked. Yes, Holmes replied, his eyes lighting up with the excitement of a new lead. There were books, ancient manuscripts hidden away in that secret room. They were written in a language that, to the untrained eye, seemed meaningless. But I believe they are key to understanding the true nature of the Obscura. The ritual we interrupted, the creatures they control, it all comes from the same source. And if we can find the connections, Watson, we may still have a chance. The carriage hit a bump, shaking them both from their thoughts, but Holmes remained unperturbed, his mind already turning over the clues they had gathered. We need to find someone who understands these texts, someone who has studied the occult and ancient societies. There is no time to waste. As the mist thickened around them and the first rays of daylight struggled to penetrate the gray clouds, Watson felt a renewed sense of urgency. They had stepped into a world far more dangerous and complex than they had ever anticipated. But if anyone could unearth the truth and stop the Obscura, it was Sherlock Holmes. Hours later, they arrived at Baker Street. Holmes immediately set to work, pacing the room as he went over the fragments of the manuscript they had taken from the manor, carefully examining every word, every symbol. Watson sat nearby, watching with a mixture of awe and concern. He knew that Holmes was getting closer to something, but the deeper they delved, the more dangerous it became. Finally, Holmes stopped pacing and turned to Watson. His face was pale, his brow furrowed in concentration. It's worse than I thought. The Obscura are not just an ancient society, they are tied to something far older. A curse, Watson. A curse that binds them to a power older than any of us. A curse? Watson repeated, his voice tinged with disbelief. But that's... I know, Holmes interrupted. It's absurd, isn't it? But this, he waved a hand over the manuscripts. This is not something that can be explained with mere logic. The Obscura believe they can unlock immortality. They seek to transcend death itself by binding their souls to the powers they control. And it is this very power that will drive them to stop at nothing. Watson's throat went dry. So we're not just dealing with a group of fanatics. We're dealing with something far more dangerous. Holmes nodded. Exactly. And the most terrifying part, Watson, is that they believe they are on the verge of success. They think they are close to unlocking the final piece of the puzzle, the key to eternal life. And if they succeed, there will be no stopping them. There was a long pause as both men absorbed the weight of Holmes's words. The game had changed. They were no longer just detectives chasing down a criminal. They were players in a fight for survival against something far beyond their understanding. Holmes rose from his chair, his resolve stealing. Watson, we must act quickly. Every moment we waste brings us closer to the Obscura's final move. We must find their leader, the one who has orchestrated this madness, before they can complete their ritual. Watson stood with him, his heart pounding in his chest. Where do we begin? Holmes looked at him, his face set in a mask of determination. We begin with what we know, and then we follow the shadows. Holmes's gaze fixed on the dim light streaming through the window as he began to gather his thoughts. The room felt heavier now, filled with an air of impending doom. Watson, sensing the urgency in Holmes's movements, knew that their pursuit of the Obscura was no longer a matter of simple detective work. It was a race against time. We begin by tracing their leader, Holmes continued, his voice sharp as a blade. The one who calls the shots behind the scenes. This society is vast, Watson. But like any web, it has a center. If we can find that, the rest will unravel on its own. But who is this leader? Watson asked, his mind scrambling to make sense of the fragments of information they had uncovered. Holmes paused for a moment, his eyes narrowing as he recalled the details from the manuscript. The clues point to someone with knowledge, no, more than knowledge, someone with an obsession with immortality. The ritual we interrupted, the one Stapleton so eagerly carried out, was just the first stage. There is a higher power at play, one who has mastered the art of bending death itself to their will. He turned toward Watson, his eyes burning with intensity. The leader of the Obscura is no ordinary man. They are someone who has studied not just the occult, but the very fabric of existence. They believe that death is a barrier, and they intend to shatter it. And if they succeed... Holmes's voice trailed off, as though even he couldn't bring himself to utter the full weight of the consequences. Watson clenched his fists, frustration and fear rising within him. But we don't have a name, Holmes. How do we find them? Holmes gave him a thin smile, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. You're right. A name is the key. And fortunately for us, I believe we already have it. With that, Holmes went to his desk and began rifling through the pile of papers, pulling out one of the ancient texts from the manor. His fingers danced over the pages, tracing over symbols and cryptic writings as though seeking a pattern. He muttered under his breath, piecing together the puzzle that had eluded them for so long. Finally, his finger landed on a name half buried within an obscure passage. "Aha!" Holmes exclaimed, his voice filled with a rare triumph. "Here it is. The leader of the Obscura is none other than Erix Tiberius, a name long lost to history, but one that carries with it an unmistakable legacy. Who is he?" Watson asked, his curiosity piqued despite the looming danger. Holmes's eyes gleamed with a mixture of recognition and dread. Erix Tiberius was a Roman philosopher, a man who delved into the deepest mysteries of life and death. Legend has it that he discovered the secret to immortality centuries ago, but vanished under mysterious circumstances. Many believed him to be a mere myth, a figure created by the whispers of time. But now, it seems, the Obscura has found him, or rather, they have found his work. His work. Watson repeated, struggling to keep up. "Yes," Holmes replied. Tiberius's studies on the boundaries of life and death were not merely philosophical. They were practical experiments, rituals that sought to transcend mortal limitations. And now, the Obscura has resurrected his methods. They have unearthed his writings, his secrets, and are attempting to bring his vision to fruition. But why go to all this trouble? Why sacrifice so many lives for immortality? Watson asked, his mind struggling to grasp the full extent of their foe's madness. "Because," Holmes said softly, almost to himself, "to them, immortality is not just a gift. It is power, the ultimate power. The power to control the very essence of life itself." The Obscura believes that by unlocking Tiberius's methods, they will not only live forever, but shape the world as they see fit. Watson's heart skipped a beat. And if they succeed in this? What then? "Then, Watson," Holmes said, his voice darkening, "they will be unstoppable. They will rule over life and death. And anyone who stands in their way will be erased. They will remake the world in their image." The weight of Holmes's words settled over them both, a chilling reminder of the stakes they were now facing. But Holmes was never one to back down from a challenge, no matter how insurmountable it seemed. "We cannot allow that to happen," Watson said, his voice firm. "We have to stop them." Holmes nodded, his eyes hard with resolve. "Exactly. And to do that, we need to find Erix Tiberius before the Obscura can unlock the final pieces of his work. We must track down the remnants of his research, find any trace of his teachings, and destroy them before they can be used to complete the ritual. Where do we begin?" Watson asked, ready for whatever would come next. Holmes stood, gathering his coat and the stack of manuscripts. "We begin by going back to the source. Tiberius's work must have left a trail, hidden somewhere in the ancient ruins or buried in forgotten archives. The Obscura has clearly been searching for these texts for a long time. They must have left a mark, and we will follow it. The two men set off, their minds focused and their spirits steeled for the dangers ahead. As they stepped into the cold night air, the streets of London seemed to close in around them, shadows lengthening as if aware of the looming darkness that threatened to swallow the world. Hours later, after an exhausting search through ancient libraries and hidden collections, Holmes and Watson stood before an imposing iron gate, half hidden in the outskirts of London. Behind it lay the forgotten ruins of an old Roman villa, its stone walls weathered by centuries of neglect. Holmes had found the final clue in the manuscript, a reference to a hidden chamber beneath the villa, where Tiberius had allegedly performed his most dangerous experiments. "This is it," Holmes said, his voice barely a whisper. "We've come as far as we can, Watson. The answers we seek are down there." Watson nodded grimly, his hand instinctively reaching for his revolver. "And what if the Obscura is already here?" Holmes's eyes gleamed with confidence. "Then we shall have to outwit them once again." As they descended into the shadows, the world above them seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the final confrontation to unfold. And in the darkness, the twisted threads of fate were about to be pulled taut. As Holmes and Watson ventured deeper into the ancient ruins, the air grew thicker, filled with the musty scent of old stone and forgotten history. The tunnel before them twisted like a serpent, its narrow walls seemingly closing in with every step. Despite the eerie silence that surrounded them, Holmes's eyes were alight with purpose, scanning every detail as though the very stones held answers. Watson, though braver than most, couldn't shake the growing sense of foreboding that hung over them like a dark cloud. The further they descended, the more the oppressive atmosphere seemed to weigh on them. The passageway, once smooth, began to crack and warp as if it had been abandoned for centuries. The dim flicker of their lanterns cast unsettling shadows on the walls, and the ground beneath their boots became uneven, as though the earth itself was shifting in slow, ominous rhythms. "Holmes," Watson whispered, glancing over his shoulder. "Do you hear that?" Holmes raised a hand, signaling for quiet. His sharp ears had already caught the faintest rustle, a soft scuttling sound that seemed to echo from deep within the passage. It was the sound of something or someone moving in the dark, just out of reach. "Stay close, Watson," Holmes muttered. "The Obscura may be closer than we think." With each cautious step, the noise grew louder, and soon their path opened up into a vast subterranean chamber. The walls were lined with inscriptions in Latin, and at the far end of the room, a massive stone altar stood, dark and foreboding. The faint light from their lanterns revealed eerie symbols etched into the stone, runes that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. Holmes's gaze was fixed on the altar. He knew that it was here, in this very place, that Tiberius had conducted his most dangerous rituals, the very ones that had led to his disappearance. "This is it," Holmes said, his voice a low murmur. "The chamber of Eric's Tiberius, and perhaps the final resting place of his knowledge." Watson stepped forward, his eyes scanning the room. "Do you think the Obscura is still here?" Are we too late? Holmes didn't answer immediately. Instead, he moved towards the altar, his fingers brushing over the surface of the stone. We're not too late, Watson, but we may not have much time. As if on cue, a soft glow began to emanate from the center of the room. The air seemed to crackle with energy, and the walls themselves seemed to breathe, pulsing in a rhythm that echoed the beating of a heart. Holmes's eyes narrowed as he studied the symbols on the altar, recognizing them from his research on Tiberius's writings. "It's a ritual," Holmes said, almost to himself, "but not the one we anticipated. This is something else entirely. A summoning." Before Watson could respond, the ground trembled beneath their feet. The lanterns flickered violently, casting grotesque shadows across the chamber. The walls shook as though the very earth was coming alive. Then, in a sudden, thunderous crack, a figure emerged from the shadows. A tall, cloaked figure, its face obscured by the hood, stepped into the dim light of the chamber. The figure's presence was overwhelming, the air thickening with an unnatural energy that made Watson's skin crawl. For a moment, neither man moved, both frozen in place by the sheer power of the figure's presence. "I see you found me," the figure said, its voice low and resonant, like the whisper of a storm before it strikes. "Holmes. Watson. How very predictable." Holmes's jaw tightened. He had known this moment was coming, yet the reality of it sent a shiver down his spine. "So, you are the leader of the Obscura," he said, his voice steady despite the chill that ran through him. The figure let out a soft laugh, one that reverberated through the chamber like the sound of distant thunder. "Leader? No. I am merely the harbinger of something far greater than you can comprehend. You see, gentlemen, the world you know is but a fleeting dream, one that is soon to fade away." Watson's hand instinctively reached for his revolver, but Holmes quickly stayed him with a firm gesture. "Do not be hasty, Watson," he said softly. "This is not a mere criminal we face. This is something far more dangerous." The figure stepped forward, raising its hand as if to command the very forces of nature. The room seemed to bend in response, the air growing colder and the shadows darker. "You are too late," the figure intoned. "The ritual has already begun. Tiberius's work is complete. The boundaries between life and death are no more. The Obscura will reign, and nothing, no one, will stand in our way." Holmes's eyes narrowed, his mind racing. He had read of such rituals in the most ancient texts, but none had ever been completed. Tiberius's research was thought to be nothing more than legend. Yet here, in this dark place, it seemed that the impossible was coming to life. "Not if I can help it," Holmes said firmly, stepping forward. "You've made a terrible mistake. You believe you can control life and death, but you are no different from those who have come before you, those who thought they could play God." The figure's laughter echoed through the chamber, now tinged with madness. "I do not seek to play God, Holmes. I am God. and soon the entire world will kneel before me. The air around them grew heavier, thick with the power of the ritual. The symbols on the altar glowed brighter, their energy swelling as though the very earth was being torn asunder. Holmes's mind raced. They were too late to stop the ritual. The Obscura had succeeded in their dark work. But there was one thing Holmes knew for certain: he would not let this be the end. Not while he had breath in his body. "We may not be able to stop it," Holmes muttered, his eyes flicking towards the altar, "but we can still stop you." Before the figure could respond, Holmes sprang into action. With a speed born of years of experience, he darted towards the altar, his hand snatching the ancient manuscript from its resting place. He could feel the power surging through the room, but he was determined not to let it consume them. "Watson!" Holmes shouted. "We need to destroy the manuscript. It's the key to stopping this madness." Watson, understanding the gravity of the moment, rushed forward, his revolver raised. "You won't get away with this," he shouted at the figure, his voice full of defiance. The cloaked figure's eyes glowed with a terrifying intensity. "You think you can stop me with mere force? I am beyond your reach." But Holmes was already moving, his mind working at full speed. The manuscript, with all its dark knowledge, was the only way to unravel the ritual. As he began to tear the pages, the power in the room began to crackle louder, but it was not the figure who controlled it anymore. It was Holmes. As Holmes tore through the pages of the ancient manuscript, the air around them grew thick with an eerie, oppressive energy. The figure, once confident in its invincibility, faltered. Its shadowy form rippled like disturbed water, the power that had seemed so unstoppable now beginning to waver. "Do you truly believe that destroying this will undo everything?" The figure's voice was no longer smooth and authoritative, but laced with a growing desperation. "You cannot stop what has already begun. You have no idea what you are dealing with." Holmes, his hands steady and precise as he shredded the manuscript, was unfazed. "On the contrary," he said, his voice calm but unyielding, "I know precisely what I am dealing with. And this," he held up a fragment of the torn manuscript, "is the key to undoing your ritual. Your precious Obscura has built its foundation on ignorance, and I have seen through it." Watson, still holding his revolver and watching the figure closely, gave a quick nod. "We can't let it succeed, Holmes. Whatever it is, we have to stop it now." The figure's cloaked form began to tremble with an unseen force. It let out a guttural, strangled scream. "Fools," it howled. "The world will fall into darkness. The ancient ones will rise. You cannot." But before it could finish, a sudden, blinding flash of light filled the chamber. The stone walls quaked violently, the floor shifting beneath their feet as the ritual began to reverse, as though the very fabric of reality was being undone. The figure staggered back, its form flickering like a candle in the wind. The shadows that had clung to it like a cloak dissolved into nothingness. Holmes didn't flinch, his focus unshakable. He continued to tear the manuscript, his mind racing through the ancient texts he had studied, recalling everything he had learned about Tiberius's work, about the forces he had attempted to harness. With each page that tore, the power in the room diminished. "What have you done?" the figure gasped, its voice now thin and trembling, stripped of its former arrogance. "I've undone your ritual," Holmes replied coldly, "and by extension, your dream of domination." Watson, his heart pounding in his chest, stood ready, watching the figure with wary eyes. He had no doubt that this was far from over. If anything, the atmosphere had become even more volatile, more dangerous. The figure, whatever it was not done yet. The figure, now mere wisps of dark energy, let out one final scream before it vanished in a flash of blinding light, leaving nothing but the echo of its final words hanging in the air. "This is not the end. It is only the beginning." A moment of heavy silence passed between Holmes and Watson. The tremors in the ground ceased, and the unnatural energy that had pervaded the chamber faded. Holmes stood motionless for a moment, his eyes narrowed in thought, before he carefully placed the torn remnants of the manuscript into his coat. "It seems, Watson," he said quietly, "that the Obscura is far from finished. What we've witnessed here is only a fraction of their true power. We've only uncovered the surface of a much deeper mystery." Watson, still trying to make sense of everything that had transpired, glanced around the chamber. The once foreboding altar now lay dormant, the air no longer crackling with malevolent energy. Yet, a lingering sense of unease hung in the air. "I don't understand," Watson admitted. "If the ritual was completed and the figure was part of the Obscura, why did it vanish so easily?" Holmes's eyes flicked towards the torn manuscript in his hand. "Because the ritual was not as complete as they believed. Tiberius may have harnessed power, but he was a man of science, not of magic. The ritual depended on ancient knowledge, but there were gaps, intentional gaps. Someone like me, could have seen through it. And in doing so, I've weakened their hold." "But you said it wasn't over," Watson said, a note of urgency creeping into his voice. "What now?" Holmes turned slowly, his gaze sharp and unwavering. "Now, we track them down. The Obscura is not a mere criminal society, Watson. It is a force far older and more dangerous than we could have ever imagined. Tiberius sought to control it. Now we must ensure that no one else tries." As they made their way back up through the dark passage, the sound of distant footsteps echoed from the depths, like the footfalls of something following them. Holmes paused, his hand resting on his revolver, eyes scanning the darkness. "Something is still out there," he murmured, almost to himself. "The Obscura is not finished. If anything, it's only just begun to awaken." Watson, heart racing, exchanged a brief glance with his friend. He knew that the mystery they had just uncovered was far from resolved. What began as a simple investigation into a strange disappearance had spiraled into something far more dangerous, something that might threaten not just London, but the very fabric of reality itself. "Then we stop them," Watson said, his voice firm with resolve. Holmes gave a tight, knowing smile. "Indeed, Watson. But it will take more than just the two of us to face what's coming next." And with that, they emerged from the ancient ruins into the cold, damp night, the fog swirling around them like an omen. The hunt for the Obscura was far from over, and the true battle was only just beginning. As Holmes and Watson stepped into the chilling night, the oppressive fog of London seemed to grow thicker, as though the very air around them sensed the danger that was yet to unfold. The streets were eerily silent, save for the occasional rustle of the fog and the distant rumble of a carriage wheel, a distant reminder of the world still turning outside the shadows of their current pursuit. Holmes's mind raced as he pieced together the fragments of the mystery. The figure they had confronted, the ritual that had nearly unraveled reality itself, this was no ordinary foe they were up against. It was a society, a hidden order operating from the shadows of history, wielding powers that blurred the line between science and the arcane. The Obscura, as Holmes had discovered, was not just a name, but a dark legacy, an ancient force whose reach extended far beyond the city's underworld. They made their way down the narrow, cobbled streets, their footsteps muffled by the dense mist. Watson, still trying to understand the full gravity of the situation, walked in silence beside Holmes, his thoughts in turmoil. "Holmes, do you truly believe this will not end? That the figure we encountered was only a piece of something far more dangerous?" Watson's voice was heavy with doubt. Holmes's gaze was fixed ahead, his expression unreadable. "I've never been more certain, Watson. What we witnessed was but a glimpse into the Obscura's power. Tiberius and his followers thought they could control it, but there are forces at play here that even they cannot comprehend. They believe they can twist the ancient rituals to their will, but in truth, they are simply puppets in a far larger game." Watson felt a chill run down his spine. "And these forces, they're still out there, somewhere. Waiting." "Precisely," Holmes replied. "And we are going to find them before they can do any more damage." The fog grew thicker as they neared the riverbank, where a small boat awaited them at the dock. A trusted contact of Holmes had arranged transport for them, but it was clear the journey they were about to take would be unlike any they had undertaken before. The boatman, a grizzled man with a scarred face, nodded silently as they boarded, knowing the gravity of the task ahead without needing further explanation. As the boat cut through the murky waters, the cold wind whipping around them, Holmes leaned back, his mind already at work, analyzing every piece of the puzzle. Watson watched him, his gaze filled with concern. "Holmes," Watson ventured, breaking the silence. "Do you have any idea where they might be hiding?" "The Obscura, I mean. We know they were after the manuscript, but why? What was so important about it?" Holmes turned his steely gaze toward Watson, the faintest glimmer of understanding in his eyes. "The manuscript, Watson, was a key more than a mere book. It contained the formula to unlock the last of the rituals. The final phase of their plan, which Tiberius was too impatient to complete. What we stopped in that chamber was only a fragment of the whole. The true power lies in what remains hidden in the hands of those who know how to wield it. Watson's brow furrowed. And you believe this power is still within their grasp? Without a doubt, Holmes replied, his voice low and calculated. But there is hope. The rituals are not simply learned, they must be understood. The secrets are buried in places both far and deep. This is why we must be swift. If the Obscura completes their work, the consequences will be far beyond what we've already witnessed. The power they seek is not of this world, it is something ancient. Before Watson could respond, the boat lurched forward as they approached a small island hidden in the fog, its silhouette barely visible against the swirling mist. Holmes's eyes narrowed, and he motioned for Watson to stay silent. The boatman steered the vessel toward a secluded dock. Holmes and Watson disembarked with caution, their eyes scanning the shadows for any sign of movement. The island, once a place of quiet retreat, now felt alive with an unseen presence, as though the land itself was holding its breath. They moved swiftly toward an old stone structure, its once grand exterior now crumbling under the weight of time. The air around it felt heavy, thick with the dark energy that had nearly consumed them in the ruins of Tiberius's lair. Holmes paused at the entrance, his hand resting on the cold stone. "This is it," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "The heart of the Obscura." Watson, still reeling from the revelations of the past few days, felt his pulse quicken. "And what do we do now?" Holmes turned to face him, his expression resolute. "Now we find the source of their power. We destroy it before they can use it to reshape the world." With a steady hand, Holmes pushed open the heavy door, and they stepped into the darkness within. The walls of the structure were adorned with strange symbols, markings that seemed to pulse with an unnatural energy. The air was thick, the silence almost oppressive, as if the very space they stood in was holding a secret, one that was just on the cusp of being revealed. As they ventured deeper into the structure, the sound of distant chanting echoed through the halls. It was faint at first, barely audible, but it grew louder with each step until it filled the air around them like an incantation from another age. "We're not alone," Watson murmured, his hand instinctively reaching for his revolver. Holmes, ever the calm observer, nodded. "No. We've found them. Now, we must end this before it goes any further." Together, they advanced into the depths of the ancient building, the chanting growing louder still. The mystery of the Obscura was far from over, and now Holmes and Watson stood on the precipice of a discovery that could shatter everything they knew. They would have to face the very heart of the darkness and stop it before it was too late. The deeper Holmes and Watson ventured into the structure, the more the air seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The walls, lined with ancient symbols, whispered faintly, as if trying to communicate their forgotten secrets. The chanting they heard now was unmistakable, a low, rhythmic hum that seemed to vibrate through the very stone beneath their feet. It was not just the sound of ritual, it felt as though the building itself was alive, resonating with the power of an ancient and forbidden force. Holmes's eyes scanned the walls, his mind working rapidly to interpret the markings. Some of them were simple sigils, patterns repeated in intricate designs, while others seemed to pulse with an energy that defied logic. His hand, almost without thinking, reached out to touch one of the carvings. The moment his fingers made contact, a surge of cold rushed through him, and the chanting grew louder, more frantic, as if in response to his presence. "Holmes!" Watson hissed, pulling him back, but Holmes's gaze was fixed on the symbols, his mind racing. This place, it's more than just a temple or hideout. These symbols are not just for show, they're part of the ritual, perhaps even the catalyst. Holmes's voice was strained, his usual calm disrupted by the overwhelming energy around them. "We must move carefully. The ritual is nearing its completion." As they continued down the narrow passage, they reached a large chamber, its high ceiling lost in the shadows above. At the center of the room was an altar, an ancient stone table, weathered by time but still ominously intact. Upon it lay a thick, black book, its pages bound in an unrecognizable material that seemed to shift in the dim light, as though it was not quite of this world. The chanting was now deafening, and Holmes could feel the air grow colder with every step toward the altar. It was as though the book itself was drawing power from the very atmosphere around it, feeding on the energy of the ritual in progress. "That must be the manuscript," Watson said quietly, his eyes wide with fear. "The one they were after." Holmes nodded grimly. "Yes, but it is no longer just a book, Watson. It is the key to their final phase. Whoever controls that book controls the ritual, and with it, the power to reshape reality itself." Before they could move any closer, the chamber's far doors swung open with a thunderous noise, and figures emerged from the shadows. Cloaked in dark robes, their faces obscured by masks, they moved with a purpose, surrounding the altar in an instant. Among them, at the forefront, was Tiberius, his face now pale and gaunt, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous, feverish intensity. "Holmes," Tiberius's voice was thick with menace, "you're too late. The final stage is upon us. You cannot stop what has already begun." Holmes's sharp eyes narrowed, and he stood firm, his gaze locked with Tiberius's. "You are mistaken, Tiberius. This is not your victory. The forces you seek to control are beyond your comprehension, and they will destroy you as they have destroyed so many before you." Tiberius laughed, the sound echoing eerily in the chamber. "You think I fear what lies within these walls? You are nothing but an insect in the face of the obscura. We have waited centuries for this moment, and now it is ours." The cultists began to chant louder, their voices blending together in an unearthly harmony. The book on the altar began to glow, its pages fluttering as if stirred by an invisible wind. Holmes's eyes flicked toward Watson, who was holding his revolver with a tight grip. "We cannot let them complete the ritual," Holmes said, his voice low and urgent. "We must destroy the manuscript before it is too late." But just as they moved forward, a sharp, guttural cry rang out from the shadows. Another figure, cloaked and masked, emerged from a hidden passage. It was a woman, her face hidden beneath a hood, but there was something about her, something unsettling in the way she moved. With a fluid, almost predatory grace, she stepped toward the altar, her hands raised in a silent gesture of command. The chanting grew even more intense, the room now vibrating with an impossible force. Holmes's mind raced as he recognized the woman's movements. She was not just a cultist. She was a leader, perhaps even the true power behind the Obscura. "I see," Holmes muttered under his breath. This was never about Tiberius. He was merely a pawn. She is the one who has been orchestrating everything. As the woman reached the altar, her fingers hovered over the book, and the light around them seemed to flicker. The ritual had entered its final phase. "Holmes, what now?" Watson whispered, his voice filled with urgency. "We can't let her finish this." Holmes's mind raced. The woman, the cult, the manuscript, it was all coming together. But he needed a plan, and he needed it now. "Cover me," Holmes said sharply. "I'm going for the book." With that, Holmes dashed toward the altar, moving with the precision and speed that had earned him his legendary reputation. Watson, without hesitation, raised his revolver, aiming it at the closest cultists. The chamber exploded into chaos. Gunshots rang out as Watson fired, but Holmes was already at the altar. The woman's eyes flashed with fury as she turned to face him. "You cannot stop this," she hissed, her voice like a serpent's. "This world will burn, and you will be nothing but ash." Holmes reached for the book, his fingers brushing the blackened pages. The moment his hand made contact, a surge of energy coursed through him, powerful, consuming, and terrifying. The room seemed to twist, the walls closing in on him. But Holmes held fast, his mind focusing on one thing, destroying the book. With all his strength, he yanked it from the altar, feeling the surge of power ripple outward. The cultists recoiled, and the woman let out a scream of rage, her hands reaching desperately for the manuscript. But it was too late. Holmes had already tossed the book into the air, and with a final, violent crash, it fell into the depths of the chamber below. The room went silent. The chanting ceased. For a moment, there was nothing but the sound of their breathing, heavy and ragged in the aftermath of the ritual's collapse. Tiberius and the woman both stood frozen, their eyes wide with disbelief. You destroyed it," Tiberius muttered, his voice shaking. Holmes turned to face him, his gaze unwavering. It was the only way. The woman, her face twisted in fury, made a desperate lunge toward the shattered altar, but she was stopped by Watson's steady aim. "It's over," Watson said, his voice calm but filled with finality. And so, in the dim glow of the crumbling chamber, the darkness that had once threatened to consume London began to dissipate. The cult was no more, their dark dreams shattered. Yet, as Holmes and Watson stepped into the night once more, they knew that true peace was never guaranteed. There were always more shadows to uncover, more mysteries to unravel. But for now, they had one. As the last of the cultists were apprehended, Holmes and Watson stood amidst the wreckage of the chamber, the weight of what they had just destroyed settling over them like a dark cloud. The echoes of the ritual still seemed to reverberate in the very air, even though the immediate danger had passed. The room, once alive with unholy energy, now lay still and abandoned, the remnants of the dark power that had almost consumed them all fading into nothingness. Watson lowered his revolver slowly, his gaze never leaving the altar where the dark book had once rested. It was as if, even though the book was gone, its influence lingered in the very stone and shadows of the place. "Holmes," Watson said, his voice carrying the strain of a long-fought battle, "we've stopped them, but I can't help but feel that something is still off. This place, this ritual, it was all too perfect. It's as though they were preparing for something far greater than we could have anticipated." Holmes stood motionless for a moment, his hands still covered in the dust of the altar, his mind working furiously as always. Finally, he spoke, his voice low and thoughtful. "I believe you are correct, Watson. What we have destroyed was but one facet of a much larger design. This ritual was not just for power, it was a means to an end. The manuscript was but a tool, a key to unlocking something far more insidious. Tiberius and the woman, though they were the leaders of this cult, were only pawns in a game much older than either of them." Watson furrowed his brow, a sense of unease creeping into his chest. "So the threat isn't over?" "No, Watson. It is only beginning," Holmes replied, turning to face him, his expression grave. "The obscura, the forces that the cult worshipped, have not been vanquished. We've only delayed their inevitable return. The manuscript was just one of many keys, each hidden in various corners of the world, each connected to an ancient power that predates even our greatest civilizations. There are others who will seek to complete what we've interrupted, and they will stop at nothing." The weight of his words hung heavily in the room, and Watson's heart sank. "Then we must stop them before they can recover these other keys," Watson said, determination hardening in his voice. Holmes gave a grim nod. "Indeed. But this time we must be more cautious, more prepared. They will be watching for any sign of interference, and they will come for us." Watson felt the familiar rush of adrenaline, that cold resolve that always followed Holmes's declarations. The chase was far from over, and despite the danger, despite the shadows that loomed, he felt the thrill of a new case, a new mystery that could take them across the globe, or even deeper into the dark recesses of history. "We need to gather more information," Holmes continued, his eyes narrowing. "There are records, ancient texts. Some of them are hidden in the most obscure libraries and archives. Others, like the one we just destroyed, are kept in the darkest corners of the world, in places no man dares go. And you have a plan, I assume?" Watson asked, trying to keep his tone light, though his gut twisted at the thought of what lay ahead. Holmes gave a wry smile, a flicker of the familiar, confident detective emerging in the darkness. "Always, Watson. But first, we need to return to Baker Street. There is much to discuss." With that, they made their way out of the crumbling temple, the cool night air hitting their faces as they stepped back into the London streets. The city, oblivious to the horrors just beneath its surface, carried on as usual, the flicker of gaslights casting long shadows in the fog. Holmes and Watson's silhouettes disappeared into the night, already plotting their next move. Back in the safety of their shared home at Baker Street, the flickering light of the fireplace cast dancing shadows on the walls. Holmes, ever the methodical planner, was already at his desk, sifting through old documents and texts. Watson poured them both a drink, the weight of their conversation still lingering in the air like the remnants of a storm. "Holmes," Watson asked as he handed his friend a glass, "what do you think they were trying to awaken? What could be so dangerous that it would warrant a secretive, ancient cult seeking to unlock its power?" Holmes took a long drink, his fingers tapping absent-mindedly on the rim of the glass as he stared into the fire. "I believe they were trying to awaken something far older than they knew, something that should have stayed hidden." Watson raised an eyebrow. "And what is that, exactly?" "The Obscura, Watson," Holmes said quietly, his eyes narrowing as though recalling something just out of reach. "It is not just a name. It's a force, a presence that has been woven into the fabric of our history. It is said to be the very essence of chaos itself, existing in the spaces between worlds, waiting for the moment when the barriers between the living and the dead, the known and the unknown, are weakest." He paused, his voice lowering to a near whisper. "The cultists, they believed that by unlocking the keys, those books, those symbols, they could summon the Obscura into this world. But they did not understand the consequences. No man can control it. No force of man, or even of nature, can tame it. If they succeed in bringing it forth—" He didn't finish the thought. Watson didn't need him to. Instead, Watson took a deep breath, steeling himself for the inevitable chase that would come. "And so, we go after these keys." Holmes nodded slowly. "Yes, Watson. The game has changed, and this time, it's not just our lives at stake." And as the fire crackled softly in the hearth, the two friends, bound by fate, by danger, and by their unbreakable bond, began to prepare for a journey that would take them into the very heart of darkness itself. Whatever the Obscura was, whatever its true power, they would stop it or die trying. The night was far from over, and the world's secrets were still waiting to be uncovered. The days that followed were a blur of frantic activity. Holmes and Watson buried themselves in research, their days consumed by ancient texts, coded manuscripts, and obscure journals. Holmes's mind, always sharp, was now a labyrinth of calculations and possibilities. The weight of the task before them pressed down, but there was an excitement there too, a puzzle to solve, a world to save. Yet even as they delved deeper into the mysteries of the Obscura, something shifted in the air. A sense of foreboding hung over them, as though something unseen watched from the shadows, waiting for them to make a mistake. Holmes and Watson had not been idle during these days of research. They had traveled, meeting with experts in forgotten languages, visiting libraries long abandoned by most, and seeking counsel from men who had spent their lives studying the occult. Each clue they gathered revealed a terrifying truth. The Obscura was not simply a mythical entity, but a powerful force older than civilization itself. The cultists had believed they could harness its energy for their own gain, but they were only pawns in a far more dangerous game. "I found something," Holmes said one evening, his eyes glinting with excitement as he laid an old, yellowed parchment on the table before Watson. The symbols on the page were unfamiliar to Watson, intricate and foreign. These writings, hidden deep in an ancient monastery in the mountains of Tibet, speak of the Obscura's true nature. It is not merely a being, but a force that exists between realms, a presence that thrives on chaos. It feeds on fear, on pain, on destruction. It is drawn to the weak, to those who seek to control it. And once unleashed, it cannot be stopped. Watson listened intently, the implications of Holmes's words chilling him to the core. "If it feeds on destruction," Watson murmured, "then everything we've seen so far, the killings, the rituals, the cult's rise, was only the beginning." Holmes nodded grimly. "Exactly. The cultists thought they could control it, but they were only feeding it, awakening something that has been lying dormant for centuries. And now they have opened the door. If they succeed in their goal, the Obscura will descend upon the world, and it will not rest until all of mankind has been consumed." Watson swallowed hard. "But the manuscript, the one they were trying to open, what happened to it?" "I believe it has been destroyed," Holmes replied. "But the knowledge within it is not lost. There are other manuscripts, other symbols scattered across the world, each holding a key to the Obscura's release. We must find them before they do. And how do we stop them?" Watson asked, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Holmes's gaze darkened. "We must first ensure that the other keys are not recovered. Then we must find a way to sever the connection between the Obscura and this world. But that will require knowledge that we do not yet possess. And the only place we can find that knowledge is in the heart of the ancient cults that once worshipped the Obscura. We must go to the source." Watson nodded, the gravity of the situation sinking in. They were no longer chasing after a few rogue criminals or solving a simple murder. They were on the brink of a war, one that threatened to engulf the very world they knew. That evening, Holmes's usual calm demeanor seemed shaken, the weight of their task pressing down on him as it did on Watson. They had learned much, but there were still many pieces of the puzzle missing. The following day, they set out on their first journey. Holmes had arranged a meeting with an old contact, a former member of the British Museum's secret archives, who had information about a particular manuscript, one that had been hidden in the catacombs beneath Rome centuries ago. The manuscript was believed to hold the final key to the Obscura's true nature. They boarded a train bound for Rome, their minds focused on the task at hand, but beneath the surface, both knew that what awaited them in the heart of Italy was far more dangerous than any of their previous investigations. As the train sped through the European countryside, Watson couldn't help but feel the unease that had settled over him. The world felt different now, darker. It was as if the air itself was thick with the knowledge that something ancient, something unspeakable, was stirring. They arrived in Rome late at night, the city quiet and mysterious under the shroud of darkness. Holmes led the way, his sharp instincts guiding them through the labyrinthine streets until they reached a small, inconspicuous building. They were met by an elderly man with a face etched in deep lines, his eyes sharp despite his years. "I've been expecting you," the man said in a gravelly voice, his gaze flicking to Watson before resting on Holmes. "You're too late." Holmes raised an eyebrow. "Too late? We've only just arrived." The man smiled grimly. "The manuscript you seek has already been taken. Someone has already been here." "Who?" Watson demanded. The man's face darkened. "I don't know, but they were not of this world. They spoke in tongues I could not understand, and their eyes, they were not human." Holmes's eyes narrowed, the pieces of the puzzle falling into place with alarming speed. "The cultists," he muttered. "They've beaten us to it." Watson felt the hairs on the back of his neck rise. "Then what do we do now?" Holmes's gaze remained cold and calculating. "We follow them. To the ends of the earth if necessary." The hunt had begun in earnest. The obscura was real, and so were the forces that sought to awaken it. Holmes and Watson knew that the only way to stop it was to stay one step ahead through a world of shadowy figures, ancient secrets, and hidden places, while leading them toward the heart of darkness itself. The world was not as it seemed, and with each passing moment they could feel the tendrils of the obscura creeping closer, pulling the strings of destiny toward an unknown and terrifying conclusion. They were on the edge of a precipice, and the only question was whether they would fall or fight back. The journey was far from over, and the clock, as always, was ticking. Holmes and Watson's journey through the catacombs beneath Rome felt like a descent into the very bowels of the earth. The air grew damp and heavy with age, each footstep echoing in the silence as they navigated the labyrinth of stone corridors. Their guide had long since disappeared into the shadows, leaving them alone to face whatever lay ahead. Watson felt the weight of the darkness around them, an oppressive force that seemed to press against his chest. He glanced at Holmes, whose face remained unreadable, though there was a flicker of something deeper than concentration in his eyes. "Holmes," Watson whispered, his voice barely audible in the eerie quiet. "Do you really believe they've already found the manuscript?" Holmes didn't answer immediately, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. Finally, he spoke, his voice steady but tinged with something darker. "I don't believe in coincidences, Watson. The timing is too perfect. The manuscript, the cult, the forces that have been guiding them, it's all connected. They knew we would be here. And now we must be careful, because this is no longer just about a stolen artifact. We are up against something far more dangerous." Watson nodded, his stomach tightening. He had never seen Holmes so uneasy. They reached a large chamber, the walls lined with ancient, dust-covered bookshelves that stretched into the distance. The floor was littered with crumbling remnants of forgotten rituals, old candles, burnt offerings, traces of the cult's presence, and perhaps something more. Holmes's eyes swept over the room, his sharp mind working at a pace Watson could barely follow. "They were here," Holmes muttered. "They've been searching for something, and I have no doubt they've found it." Suddenly, a low sound reverberated through the chamber, distant yet chilling. It was the unmistakable sound of something scraping against stone. Holmes motioned for silence, his eyes narrowing. Slowly, they crept forward, their movements measured, cautious. The sound grew louder, more distinct, as though something or someone was approaching. Holmes drew his revolver, the weight of it comforting in his hand. Watson did the same, though his heart was pounding in his chest. From the darkness emerged a figure, a tall, cloaked individual, their face obscured by the shadow of their hood. In one hand, they carried a glowing object, pulsing faintly in the dim light, a symbol etched into its surface. It was the manuscript. Holmes's eyes flashed with recognition, and before Watson could react, Holmes stepped forward, his voice cutting through the silence like a knife. "Stop!" The figure froze, and for a moment everything seemed suspended in time. The flickering light of the manuscript cast strange shadows across the walls, distorting the room into an unsettling landscape. "You are too late," the figure said, their voice low and distorted, almost as though it was coming from somewhere deep within the earth itself. "The Obscura is awakening. The world will bow before it, as it was always meant to." Holmes's jaw tightened. "You're not merely stealing a manuscript," he said, his voice cold. "You're unleashing something far worse than you understand." The figure chuckled, a sound that sent a chill down Watson's spine. "You think you can stop it? You cannot even comprehend the power we've tapped into. The Obscura does not simply destroy, it transforms. It is beyond your world." With a sudden, fluid motion, the cloaked figure raised the manuscript above their head, the symbols on its surface beginning to glow with an unholy light. The air in the chamber seemed to shimmer, as though reality itself were bending under the weight of some immense, invisible force. Holmes lunged forward, but before he could reach the figure, the air around them rippled, distorting like a mirage. Watson barely had time to react before a sharp force slammed into him, throwing him backward into the stone wall with a sickening thud. Groaning, Watson struggled to regain his bearings, his vision spinning. When his eyes cleared, he saw the figure standing before the ancient altar, the manuscript now hovering in the air before them as though caught in some invisible current. The room pulsed with a strange energy, the walls trembling, the very ground beneath their feet vibrating. Watson pushed himself up, his head pounding. "Holmes," he called, but his voice barely reached the detective, who was still recovering from the blast. Holmes's face was a mask of determination as he stepped forward, his revolver aimed at the figure. "You don't understand," he said, his voice sharp and full of command. "You cannot control the Obscura. It will destroy you, just as it has destroyed every fool who has sought to master it." But the figure did not respond. Instead, they began chanting in a language that was not of this world. The very air seemed to vibrate with the power of the words, an ancient and malevolent force awakening. "Watson," Holmes said urgently, "we need to stop them now. We can't let the ritual complete." Watson stumbled forward, his legs unsteady, but his mind racing. He scanned the room, desperate for a solution. The manuscript, the object at the heart of this dark ritual, was now glowing with an unnatural light, casting strange patterns across the walls. Holmes was already in motion, his mind working at lightning speed. "We need to disrupt the flow," he said, reaching into his coat pocket. "The manuscript is feeding the ritual. If we can sever the connection." Before he could finish, a high-pitched sound erupted from the manuscript, deafening and all-encompassing. The walls shook violently, and Watson felt as though his very bones were vibrating with the force of it. In that moment, Watson understood. The Obscura was not just a force of destruction, it was something far older, far more ancient. It was a parasite feeding off the energy of the world, and now it was breaking free. "Holmes!" Watson shouted, his voice barely audible over the noise. "We need to act quickly, or it's too late." Holmes's eyes locked onto Watson's, his expression grim but resolute. "We may not have much time, Watson. Get ready." Together they advanced, the light from the manuscript blinding them. As they reached the altar, Holmes pulled something from his pocket, a small, ornate object. It was a talisman, inscribed with symbols that seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly glow. "This will disrupt the ritual," Holmes said, holding the talisman aloft. "But it will come at a price." With a final, decisive motion, Holmes threw the talisman toward the manuscript. The air crackled, and for a brief moment everything went still. Then, with a deafening crack, the light from the manuscript exploded outward, blinding them both. When the light faded, the figure was gone, and the manuscript lay in ruins, its power seemingly extinguished. Holmes and Watson stood in the aftermath, panting, their clothes singed and their hearts racing. The chamber was silent now, the oppressive force that had filled it dissipating like smoke. But neither of them felt any sense of relief. The darkness that had nearly consumed them still lingered, hanging in the air like a shadow. "We've won," Watson said, but even as he spoke, he knew the truth. "Haven't we?" Holmes's face was hard, his eyes distant. "Not yet, Watson. The Obscura may have been halted, but it is not gone. And as long as there are those who seek it, we will never be free. The war, it seemed, was only just beginning." The silence of the chamber was deafening. For a moment, Watson could scarcely believe what had just transpired. The manuscript was destroyed, at least its physical form was. The glowing light had faded, but something still hung in the air, a palpable weight, as if the very space around them held its breath, waiting for the next move. Holmes stood motionless, his back to Watson, his face shadowed by the remnants of the ritual's light. The detective's usual calm was replaced by a tension Watson had never seen before. He took a hesitant step toward his friend, uncertainty crawling up his spine. "Holmes," Watson ventured, his voice low, "what's happening?" I thought we stopped it." Holmes didn't immediately answer. His hand rested on the edge of the broken altar, his fingers tracing the stone as though feeling for something hidden within. Finally, he turned to Watson, his expression unreadable, but for a fleeting flicker of something regretful. "We did stop it," Holmes said quietly, "for now. But this isn't over. What we destroyed was only a physical manifestation of a much deeper force." Watson frowned. "You mean the Obscura still exists?" Holmes nodded grimly, his eyes fixed on the remnants of the manuscript. "Yes. The Obscura is not just a book or a ritual. It is an ancient force beyond the reach of any one person or even any one cult. Destroying the manuscript was a necessary step, but it was only a temporary disruption." The weight of Holmes's words settled heavily on Watson's chest. "You mean we've only delayed the inevitable?" "Precisely," Holmes replied. "The cultists who sought to awaken it are unknown adversary. They will continue their pursuit. The manuscript was merely a key, and though it is broken, the power it contained is not destroyed. It is simply dormant, waiting for another path." For a long moment, Watson and Holmes stood in the ruined chamber, the reality of their situation pressing down on them. The walls, once covered in strange symbols, now looked merely ancient, worn by time and the shadows of countless forgotten souls. But what had been unleashed here, the Obscura, was still out there. And worse yet, there were those who still sought it. "We need to find them," Watson said, a sense of urgency beginning to take root in him. "We need to stop them before they can continue this madness." Holmes turned to him, his sharp gaze cutting through the darkness like a knife. "The hunt has already begun, Watson, and it will not stop until the Obscura is whole again." They both knew the stakes now. They weren't just chasing down dangerous criminals. They were facing an ancient, insidious force that had survived centuries, hidden in the shadows, its power waiting for the right moment to return. But even as the gravity of their situation weighed heavily upon them, Holmes's mind was already working, as it always did, with that rapid, calculating precision that Watson had come to admire. "We have the cultists," Holmes murmured to himself, almost as if speaking aloud to organize his thoughts. "And the manuscript may be destroyed, but the knowledge of it still exists. The symbols, what they were trying to unlock, there are fragments everywhere, if we know where to look." Watson took a deep breath. "So, what's the next step?" Holmes's eyes locked onto his, fierce and determined. "We find their leader. We find where the ritual began and stop it before they can summon the Obscura once more." The next few days were spent in feverish pursuit, piecing together fragments of the occult ritual. Holmes scoured old libraries, deciphering ancient texts, while Watson worked with the authorities, discreetly gathering information from sources both official and, in some cases, shadowy. Together, they followed a trail of clues that seemed to lead them in circles, but Holmes never lost his focus. Every step, no matter how small, brought them closer to the truth. Finally, their efforts paid off. An old monastery, hidden away in the hills outside Rome, was rumored to be the new stronghold of the cult. If the ritual had begun there, it stood to reason that it could be where the cult would attempt to resume their dark work. The two men, once again side by side, made their way toward the monastery, the sky heavy with the foreboding sense of something great approaching. The monastery was ancient, its crumbling walls and darkened halls standing as a reminder of the passage of time, but it had not lost its power. Not entirely. Holmes paused at the entrance, looking up at the towering structure with a knowing expression. "This is it, Watson. We must be prepared for anything." Watson, his nerves taut but his resolve hardened, nodded. "Ready when you are." Together, they entered the monastery, each step taking them deeper into the heart of darkness. The place was eerily quiet, the only sound their footfalls echoing against the cold stone floors. But as they ventured further, a strange sensation began to settle over them, like they were being watched, stalked by unseen eyes. The air grew heavier, thick with the weight of centuries-old secrets. Holmes moved with his usual confidence, but even Watson could see the small, almost imperceptible shifts in his posture. He, too, felt the unease creeping up his spine. As they turned a corner, they were met by an unexpected sight. A cloaked figure standing in the shadows, watching them. The figure's face was obscured by a hood, but there was no mistaking the presence of the manuscript, still pulsing with the same dark light they had seen before. Holmes tensed, his hand moving instinctively to the revolver at his side. "I had a feeling you'd be here." The figure chuckled, a low, mocking sound that echoed through the silent halls. "You cannot stop what is inevitable, Holmes. The Obscura will rise again, and this time nothing will stand in its way." Without another word, the figure raised the manuscript, the symbols glowing brightly. The room seemed to tremble, the walls vibrating with the power of the ritual about to unfold. Holmes glanced at Watson. "We must stop them. Now." And with that, the final confrontation began. The cloaked figure raised the manuscript, the ancient symbols on its pages glowing with a malevolent energy. The air thickened with power, and for a brief moment, it seemed as though the very walls of the monastery would collapse under the force of the impending ritual. Watson could feel the weight of the moment pressing down on him, but there was no time to hesitate. Holmes, ever the strategist, moved swiftly, his mind racing. "Watson, get to the altar. Disrupt the focus, whatever it is that's sustaining this." Watson didn't question the order. They had no time. The figure standing before them, hidden in shadow, was already beginning the incantations, muttering in a language older than time itself. Every word sent a chill through the room, as though the very fabric of reality was stretching and straining against something far more ancient. Holmes stepped forward, his face set in grim determination, eyes never leaving the manuscript. "You believe you can control it," he said sharply, his voice carrying over the growing hum in the air. "But you cannot. No one can." The cloaked figure, his face still concealed, turned toward Holmes with a mocking smile. "Control? Oh, Holmes, this isn't about control. This is about awakening. The Obscura has slumbered for centuries, but now it will rise again." Holmes's eyes narrowed. The figure's words confirmed his suspicion. The manuscript wasn't just a tool, it was the conduit, the gateway for something far darker than any of them had anticipated. "Then you are as foolish as your predecessors," Holmes said, stepping closer. He was almost within reach now, his fingers grazing the edge of the pulsing manuscript. The air crackled as if reacting to his defiance. "This isn't a power you can command. It's a force that consumes." The cloaked figure's laugh echoed, shrill and unhinged. "You think you can stop it? You think that a man of logic, a mere detective, can challenge an ancient force like this?" Holmes didn't flinch. "I don't need to stop it," he said quietly. "I just need to sever the connection." In a single, fluid motion, Holmes reached for his pocket watch. His fingers moved with practiced precision, flipping open the watch and activating a mechanism within. A faint click resonated in the air, unnoticed by the figure, but not by Watson. For Holmes had come prepared. The manuscript, still glowing with malevolent energy, suddenly faltered. The symbols began to fade, as if they were being drained of their power. The figure's eyes widened in alarm. "No, no," the figure hissed. "You cannot." With a swift motion, Holmes drew his revolver and shot the manuscript once, twice. The first bullet lodged deep into the pages, and the second shattered the binding. The glow dimmed, flickered, and finally went out. Silence fell. The cloaked figure screamed, but the sound was cut short as the energy from the manuscript began to dissipate. The air cleared, the oppressive weight lifting. The figure collapsed to the ground, his cloak falling away, revealing his true face, twisted in fury and desperation. Holmes approached slowly, his eyes cold, calculating. "It's over," he said simply. "You failed." Watson, breathless and in awe of Holmes's precision, stepped forward. What now?" Holmes looked at him, his expression softening for a brief moment. "Now we ensure that the Obscura is truly gone, that nothing remains to awaken it. This monastery will be sealed. The knowledge will be destroyed. Whatever cultists remain will find their path blocked at every turn." But even as Holmes spoke, a lingering doubt gnawed at Watson. "Is it truly over, Holmes?" Holmes paused, his gaze distant. "The Obscura is not a single entity, Watson. It is a shadow. It will always find a way to slip through the cracks. but for now, we've sealed it. As they made their way out of the monastery, leaving behind the remains of the manuscript and the collapsed figure, the winds of the night seemed to carry with them a promise of peace. But neither Watson nor Holmes were naive enough to believe it would last forever. The world was full of forgotten forces, and every mystery solved only led to deeper ones. And so, they walked into the night, knowing the battle was won, but the war, perhaps, was just beginning.